I think Supercross should be showcased around the world.
It's huge in the States, and it's huge for a reason.
All right, let me know when you're ready.
Go for it.
All right.
What's great about Supercross is you can see the whole track. There's really not a spot in the stadium where you'll miss a piece of the battle.
This sport is the most exciting sport on the planet.
Our heart rates are completely maxed out.
It's full contact sport. You're in these tight confines of the stadium.
If we're an inch too far, inch too short, it could be the end of our year.
So there's a racing side, but also the show side. It's just crazy entertainment.
Each and every time I have a new friend come to a race, they're just completely blown away.
I just think that there's no other sport like it.
It's a sport that needs to be recognized. Hopefully this is the next step.
I'm very fortunate to be one of the guys that gets to go do that.
It's going worldwide, man. What more can we ask for?
The World Supercross Championship is, and then I got my answer, right?
Yeah.
All right.
The World Supercross Championship is a time for us to change the game.
The World Supercross Championship is something I've dreamed of for years and years.
A fresh new take on Supercross.
The real deal.
Bringing the most exciting sport in the world all over the globe.
The World Supercross Championship is awesome.
The World Supercross Championship is unreal.
The World Supercross Championship is global.
Unique.
The future of the sport.
Freaking awesome.
The World Supercross Championship is here. The impressive Principality Stadium in the Wales capital city of Cardiff is normally home to the Wales Rugby Union, the Wales national rugby team. But tonight, it plays host to a bit of dirt bike racing history, the first ever race for the World Supercross Championship. Croeso e Cymru, everybody. Hello and welcome to Wales. I'm Ralph Shaheen alongside my good buddy and longtime colleague, the 1996 Supercross World Champion Jeff Emmett. And you know, it was about 100 years ago, back in 1924, at about 3 hours from here in Kimberley, Surrey, in southern England, the sport of motocross was born. It was much more rudimentary than what we're going to
Everybody in this stadium loves the sport of Supercross. Now, the FIM World Supercross Championship is in Cardiff.
and it's going to be a great night of racing. Let's show you our schedule of what we have in store for you as we kick off the World Supercross Championship. Jeff, 2 categories, SX2, which is the 250s, the Premier WSX category. There'll be heat races. First time ever, we'll have Super Bowl and then triple GP formats for each of our 2 categories as we race our way through the first ever British Grand Prix. Let's take you down trackside now and introduce you to the 3rd member of our broadcast crew. Here's Kristen Beans.
And Ralph, tonight every rider will be tasked with adapting to an entirely new race format. This pace, this turnaround time, riders are putting an emphasis on getting out of the gate and executing passes within the first 2 laps. This format, this track, will demand the riders race with intensity every single lap, Ralph.
First riders in the gate, Jeff, here we go. Heat number 1, SX2 category, we're off and racing.
There it is, short start, Ralph. Wow, they're sliding around.
Incredibly short start. You're going to have to get on the brakes right away. Drake on the white and black on the 79 moves himself up into 3rd quickly. Carson Brown on the 910 on the Yamaha right here The blue machine on the right side of the screen up into second place now.
It's like
3 segments to the track. This is Dylan Walsh out front leading on the Kawasaki.
Australian rider. Carson Brown goes up the inside. Oh,
Bar to bar over the finish
look at
line
that.
jump.
Yeah, and the takeoff to the finish line is a metal ramp that kind of came together, and Brown at the last second looked like he was going left, and he just hammered the throttle, popped up over the finish line jump.
And Jeff, these are going to be short races. This one just 5 laps.
Well, the riders were on the course 4 different sessions, which ended with qualifying. Okay, what I'm going to look for now is that we are racing. It's, yes, you want to set a fast lap time, but all these corners are wide open. They've been riding the outside of some of these 180s. That's where the great passing points are going to be for these athletes outside of the whoops also.
Well, and you need to be in the top 5 because top 5 get into Super Pole out of these heat races. Everybody else, 6th on back, go straight into the main event, but don't get the prestigious gate picks that they want, the premier choices. Walsh, Brown, Anstey, Shane McElrath, and Bloss, the top 5 right now. Kent Parisi, Todd Millett, Desiree Woodcock, and Drake all behind.
How about this onboard camera here?
Spectacular views.
I mean, what was amazing when we were watching this during rehearsals is how violent it looks. Like the bike is moving around. Watch when they go through the whoops right here. Bam, bam, bam. The bike's moving all around.
Here's Anstey on the 99 getting inside.
He's a British rider. The fans here are starting to come alive.
The camera's on board with Max on that Honda as he moves himself up into second here.
Oh, here comes McElrath making the move on Brown.
Shane on that number 12 in the blue riding gear.
Dial back in. Oh, watch the inside right here. Watch the 12.
McElrath up on the inside. He'll pick up the position as he gets around Brown now. Carson falls back to spot. McElrath now inside the top 3. Bloss holds the final transfer spot in 5th right now as Brown slips back to 4th. And here comes the 66 of Bloss closing in on Brown.
Bloss has been really quick.
Inside he comes, and he'll take that. Well, no, he loses it just at the exit of the corner. Oh, out of shape is Brown.
Oh, he got a little huckabuck going there on the Yamaha. Feet were off the pegs. You got it.
Anstey inside, going for the lead. And the crowd here in Wales comes to life as the British rider moves himself up into the lead of heat number 1. Working the final lap now.
Yeah, and I got a feeling Walsh is going to have some company here by the number 12. Shortly, McElrath is really quick.
Anstey loving the opportunity here to race in Jeff, what is basically his home Grand Prix. Thrilled to be able to perform in a Supercross race in front of his family and friends. He was going to have to buy up a lot of tickets to come here tonight. He's got all of his relatives up in the grandstands, and he is performing right away. Quickest in sector number 1 was Anstey. You saw that pop up on the screen just below him in purple. That means he was quickest overall in that sector. Checkered flag, and Max Anstey wins the first SX2 heat race in World Supercross history. And he is pumped, as he should be.
Yeah, I love
Big crowd on hand here tonight. Principality Stadium, as you can see. And the mechanics exiting the mechanics area, which is located in the center of the racetrack here. Here's a look at the results. Remember, it's the top 5 that move on to Super Pole. So Anstey, Walsh, McElrath, Bloss, and Carson Brown will do so. 2 British riders, 3 from the U.S.
That's a great way to start it off, Ralph.
And we head down to Kristen.
Max, the hometown boy here in front of all of the fans in Cardiff. You live only an hour away from here, all the families here. How did you execute that pass on Dylan Walsh?
You know, they're all riding well. It was a little slick out there. It's the first heat, so I just took my time in the first few laps and got it done. I'm looking forward to these main events coming up. Go back, get sorted out, and put on a show for everyone.
And guys, Max Anstey is undefeated in the UK. He won here on a 65, and he also won here at Motocross of Nations just a few years ago.
Taking a look at our boost race highlights as this one got underway. There's Anstey in the red on the 99. Jeff, he almost jumped a little bit at the start, got into the gate.
Yeah, Anstey was a little antsy But right here, he collects one of the tough boxes, and when he was trying to make the move on Brown, moved that out of the way. And then here was the, like a bucket Bronco that Brown was on right there. Pass for the lead.
That's Anstey taking the lead, and the nice, pretty whip as he takes the checkers over the finish line jump. So we want to introduce you to the different teams taking part in the World Supercross Championship. Here's the Honda Genuine squad: Dean Wilson, Ken Roxon, Max Anstey, and Wilson Todd. And they are going to be tough this season.
Yeah, that team is absolutely stacked.
And Jeff, we called that a tough box, and there's a reason for that, because it truly is a box.
Yeah, definitely interesting move here. I mean, all the sponsors are on there, but not, I think a little bit better for the riders if you happen to go wide and catch one of those markers.
All right, getting ready. SX2 heat race number 2, and another 5 riders, Jeff, transferring out of this to Super Pole, where you're going to end up giving your best one-lap shot at qualifying for the best gate picks going into the 3 main races later tonight.
Yeah, we're going to see our fastest qualifier from earlier today at a 46.5 was Owen. Now that first heat, they were only into the 47.
Ready for the gate drop. Into that first corner.
Whoa.
Swinging wide. Keep an eye on Matt Moss on the 102 in green. He sits in second. Then will he lose that getting into this rhythm lane? No, he gathers it back up. Moss sits here right in second. There's the 11 of Kyle Chisholm. The 891 is Justin Bogle. The 200 sitting there in third. That's Cole Seeley. Back to full-time racing. Great to see him back in action as he gets inside here of the 102, and as they go bar to bar headed to the finish line jump.
Practically 3 abreast right there with Oldenburg, Seeley, and Moss.
Yeah, Mitchell Oldenburg cutting inside on the 48. He's going to pick up 1 spot.
And then Seeley slides
right back into him.
And that's what I was talking about, Ralph. So in qualifying, the riders that weren't worried about the insides, leaving the insides open, like right here, let's see if anyone
on board with Aaron Tanti.
Yeah.
He gets inside the 41 of Derek Kelly.
And guys, a note on Matt Moss, as we can see him in front of Tanti right now. Matt is actually riding his backup bike, the bike that he qualified and practiced all day on. They were having an ECU unit issue, and so he transferred to this backup bike. It was set up for Chris Close because each team is only allowed 1 backup bike to be shared between the 250 riders. They were able to set up and get him in good position for this race, guys.
Yeah, smart move on that, Ralph. You have an electrical problem with the ECU. You don't want to endanger the riders, so they just swap the number plates and set it up and line it up.
Bogle out front and leading this one. Bogle.
Kelly collected one of those tough boxes. And I'm telling you, see right here, this turns wide open, Ralph.
No, there's a ton of real estate there, Jeff.
Oh, yeah, T-Bone Central right there. I'm telling you, I'm going to call that the steakhouse turn, because later on tonight, once we start handing out championship points for the FIM World Championship, there's going to be some action right there.
Somebody's going to run it in deep there for sure.
Somebody's getting well done. I mean, look at these turns, these 180s. Now, this track is one of the widest. It's about 22 feet wide, the racing line. And, of course, that mega finish line jump has a massive landing, too. But it is, see, now they're starting to ride some of the insides right here. Tanti right here on the 19 is going inside.
Oh, into those tough boxes they go, and they kicked a few of them out into the corner there.
Yeah, in qualifying, they're riding the wide line. Uh-oh. That's on board. Oh, that's Tanti.
Yeah, Tanti on the 19, Aaron Tanti. There's a look at his on board.
Yeah, that's out there back of the bike. How rad is that?
He's going again.
Well, he's
the tail end. He was battling with Dylan Schwartz back here.
Yeah, it looks like Schwartz is probably
back at the front of the field, though, is Justin Bogle on the 19, who continues to lead as we look at the 891 right now. That is Bogle. Bogle, 9 career AMA 250 Supercross wins in a championship in what then was known as the lights category, but it was a 250 class back in 2014.
Oldenburg just behind him. Moto Concepts, Honda, Bogle, MDK.
Those 9 wins for Bogle in 250 competition were key races. And here he comes. He'll pick up his first World Supercross SX2 GP heat race victory here tonight in Cardiff.
Nice way to start it off, getting a heat win for Bogle. Oldenburg looked fantastic.
Let's take a look at those results coming out of this one. Bogle, Oldenburg, Seeley, and Jace Owen, along with Matt Moss, will all move on to Super Bowl. Chisholm, Nicoletti, Kelly, Doe, Tonti, and Schwartz will all start thinking about how they want to choose their gate when they finally get a chance, getting ready for the GPs coming up.
Justin, you stepped it up here. What inspired that?
I don't know. I'm not generally the best qualifier, so I'm happy. Get a good start. A whole shot helps, no matter where you're at, especially here with all the nerves of a first-time series getting going. So I'm excited. Thank you guys for coming out to this, man. This means the world to us. Loving what I'm doing. Shout out to the MDK Motorsports team. Having a great time. Hopefully keep this rolling all night.
Let's give it up for Justin Bogle.
So Bogle will head back to the pit area, and we'll take a look at the highlights from that heat race number 2. Bogle right in the middle there on the 891. You see Moss was way out on the inside, Jeff, and he carried a lot of speed in that side corner.
Yeah, the far outside was Nicoletti, who's really got some good speed, but he was all over the place trying to get through the first and second turns.
You see where Tonti went down on the 19. And Bogle takes it all the way to the checkers.
Nice little one-hander there. Oldenburg had fastest time, 47 flat.
As we get ready for the WSX category, the Primeira machines and riders, lighting up into the gate as we take a look at our winning team, MDK Motorsports. That's who Justin Bogle rides for, along with Derek Drake, Josh Grant, and the legend himself, Chad Reed, who's back to racing with us. So, Jeff, we're going to get our first look at the WSX category, premier category in World Supercross competition.
Yeah, and look at it from this angle, Ralph. We've got 11 riders on the gate, right? And it's such a short start. I've got a little something special coming up in the show also, but just about starts. But for these riders, I mean, it's like 2 or 3 seconds, and boom, you're to the first turn. You have to get back on the brake. So hard on throttle, hard on the brakes, make a left, 180. This is really, really tricky for these guys, especially because everybody's so excited. You know, everybody's so pumped up. They want to get that first win going.
A lot of adrenaline pumping here tonight for sure. Getting ready for World Supercross competition, and Ken Roxon comes in here as one of the championship favorites on his number 94, but he's going to have to beat the guy in the number 3 bike who has been number 1 in almost every series he's raced in this year. Eli Tomac has been on fire, Jeff, and dominated every form of competition on his dirt bike this season.
Yeah, but Roxon and Tomac showed that they were the fastest guys here in Cardiff for the British Grand Prix. Their lap time was essentially identical at the end of qualifying. We're going to see in this first heat, as we take a look at this start list,
we'll have both of those riders coming up in heat number 2.
Yeah.
In this one, however, on the 15, you see right there in red, that's Dean Wilson. Just to his right, the 10, the former Daytona Supercross winner, Justin Brayton. And here we go, first World Supercross heat race. Brayton trying to come up the inside on the 10, but he won't lead it in and out of the next corner. That'll be Thomas Ramette.
Jordi Tixier, the French rider, is really slow out of the gate. Something happened. He
Savachi's on the
didn't even hit
17
bike.
and second, just in front of Brayton as they both chase Ramet through the next rhythm lane. Josh Grant sits back in fourth, on board with Grant here on his Rick Ware Racing entry. This is Savachi, actually.
Savachi, yeah.
Ramet, the 31-year-old from France, 2015 European Supercross champion. 6 laps, the distance here.
And guys, Mitch Payton at Pro Circuit built Joey Savachi's bikes for this World Supercross Championship. He has limited hours on those bikes, but still he's had time to get used to it. Joey was telling me Mitch didn't have to go out of his way, but he did and made sure I was ready for this. I believe in this bike, and Jeff, you also rode that bike yourself.
Well, like I said, we got a little something special coming up for the fans here later on in our show. Had some firsthand experience on that Rick Ware racing machine, but we have got a great battle. Look at the different, mistake
here
by
comes
your
Brayton.
leader.
Brayton jumping his way into the inside, going for the lead. Takes Ramet right up to the top of the berm, and he's going to take the lead away.
Yeah, and Ramet had to give him a little bit of room. He was looking over his right shoulder because look who's there.
Savachi right on his rear wheel as you ride with him, chasing Thomas Ramet through these rhythm lanes here in Cardiff. Unbelievable opportunity actually to go on board with these riders as they battle the best in the business.
I mean, look at how close the riders are. I mean, this perspective we've never had quite like this. There's been some helmet cams and stuff, but being on the front fender, it's like you're, I think he's got him now. Yep.
Yeah, Savachi has moved past, up into second. Again, the top 5 will move on. Brayton, Savachi, Ramet, Wilson, and Pellegrini.
Oh, Ramet, he was right there on the inside line. I think he checked up. I thought he was going for the pass and the 180. I'm telling you, the 180, turn 2, and then the final turn. Those 180s, the inside is so open. If you are close to a rider in front of you at all, you have the opportunity to just dive inside.
Brayton starting to gap Savachi behind him and Ramet after that. And then here comes Pellegrini, the Italian rider, who sits in fourth.
See, he'll go to the inside right there, really trying to work the short line.
Well, Hill is one spot out. Now he's up into fifth, so he's into a transfer spot into Superpole. Josh Hill, and down we go.
Tixier was horrible off the start. Something happened.
Rider.
Now he goes down. Had worked himself up to about 8.
Let's watch what happened here.
He's back of the pack right here. He just catches some of those loose stones, a little bit of loose dirt out there. Another ride on board with Jordi Tixier. Total face plant right there. You can see those
Jeff,
stones.
you and I spoke to Jordi at the hotel lobby a little while ago, and he's very fired up and ready to go racing tonight. Maybe the adrenaline got a little bit too much of him tonight.
It's been a tough heat race for him so far. Not for Brayton, though.
No, Brayton,
almost done with this thing.
Brayton having a great run here.
Dean Wilson. Quad. Triple. Is it going to be enough? We go back to Brayton.
Brayton, that win in Daytona coming in 2018, his one Supercross victory. And there's one to go. 38-year-old living now in Iowa, but about to build a new house back in North Carolina. So he had moved back to his home state of Iowa and looking to go back to North Carolina here, he was telling us just the other day.
Taking a look at the lap times, it is Savachi with a 46.9 is the quickest so far this qualifying race.
Justin, one of those riders looking to extend his racing career with the World Supercross Championship. But Jeff, he has already kind of planned ahead for the eventual retirement as he now owns a motorcycle dealership in the Charlotte, North Carolina area. And Savachi's closing in, but he's definitely running out of time as the checkered flag falls and he lights them up. Justin Brayton taking the victory.
He is just, he has been so good.
18th career heat win for Brayton.
Hill and Pellegrini come by 4th and 5th.
We'll move on. Dean Wilson will just miss the cut as Savachi heads back towards the pits.
46.7 was Savachi's last lap. That was the quickest of anyone.
Here's a look at those results.
Brayton turned to 46.8 on the last lap.
Wow. Brayton, Savachi, Ramet, Hill and Angelo Pellegrini in the Honda Nils entry. Those 5 move on to Super Pole. We'll have that coming up later. There's Josh Grant walking back with his team.
That's never a good sign. Uh-oh, he's a little dirty on his back right there.
That's Ellie Reed, Chad's wife, right there walking along with them. Yeah. And let's go down trackside. Here's Kristen.
Justin Brayton making that lead pass in one of the bowl turns. How'd you gauge your distance in that pass?
I mean, you kind of just got to make it happen right away. You know, there's really no waiting around in a race that short. But how about all these fans? This is awesome. World Supercross. I love it, and happy to be here. Met a lot of you guys today, and thanks for coming out, and look forward to these 3 finals.
Justin Brayton has won in Geneva, has won in Bercy, he's won in Australia, now the UK, guys.
And this is one of those riders, as we take a look at the race highlights, Jeff, I think he's going to be sneaky good in this international championship as we take it around the world, because as Kristen pointed out, Justin knows how to travel the globe and race Supercross. He's done it his whole life, doing a lot of wild card type of events.
Yeah, it's just about being comfortable with the surroundings. And I mean, Brayton's 38, taking a look at it, 68 when he goes down. Brayton's 38. He's a veteran of the sport. And now he just adds a WSX Heat 1 victory to his list.
Brayton has won 4 times in the Australian Supercross Championship. And here you can see he's riding the Moto Concepts Honda for team principal Mike Genova, the team based out of the United States. All-Americans on the Moto Concepts squad. As you can see, Justin, one of them. There's the 32nd board. Jeff, that board is going to go sideways. And when it does, and she exits the racetrack, anytime after about 5 seconds, that gate's going to drop.
Yeah, exactly. And so riders have a routine. They like to go through, do the same thing every time. So here we go, Roxon and Tomac.
This should be a great battle. Underway!
Oh, it's tight.
Who's going to get the whole shot? It's going to be Roxon coming right at you on the 94. Roxon getting to the outside. Will take that lead into the next rhythm lane. Tomac doing everything he can to quickly close back in on his Star Racing Yamaha. Tomac here in Cardiff as a wild card entry. He's now up into second on that number 3.
And it is totally on now. These were the fastest 2 riders in qualifying. Roxon at 95.935. Tomac, a 45.938. I mean, they basically at the same time. So,
and Jeff sitting in third, Vince Freezy on the 19. Escoffier back there on the 137. Here's Cedric Subaros, who we ride with on his Bud Racing Kawasaki. Cedric right now in 6th. He's 1 spot out of a transfer to Super Pole.
Well, and what you're seeing right there is how much vibration these Supercross machines actually have, right? These cameras are total high def, like amazing, but the bike's moving around that violently. There's so much vibration through the bike that it's really messing with our picture there.
And Jeff, all that vibration goes right through that Supercross rider's body as well.
And guys, mentioning that vibration, don't forget in 2017, Ken Roxon underwent 11 surgeries on his left arm. He came back from what could have been a career-ending injury. That left arm, however, is still not 100% when the track upsets the bike. When he feels that vibration, he feels it more so than any other rider, and he receives arm pump that's amplified because of that injury.
Yeah, we're going to catch up with Ken. I did a one-on-one interview with him, so stay tuned a little bit later in the show. And that's one of the questions I asked him. He says, no, the arm's fine. He does have a little bit limited range of motion. He goes, luckily, none of the range of motion that's limited affects his riding.
Ken Roxon, the 28-year-old from Mondstadt, Germany, now lives in Florida. 19 career Supercross wins and a big mistake.
And there goes Freezy into second.
Tomac, champ, struggling. Freezy gets by. Let's see what happened to him.
Yeah, watch right. See how loose the top of the berm is. Yeah, there's a little edge right there. And he was kind of in between. He kind of crossed over this little edge and hammered the throttle, slid wide. But Tomac, he has been on fire here so far every time he's been on the bike.
He's got to get around Vince Freezy, which is never an easy thing to do, Jeff. Vince is an aggressive rider who fights for every square inch of dirt, no matter what type of race it is, a heat race or a main event. He's not going to just lay over for Tomac for sure. Here it comes. Eli trying to get inside of Freezy.
Freezy's going to try to block him
into
out.
the corner. Tomac, Freezy cuts back to the inside, holds onto it to the finish line jump. Looks over the champ, says, I got you. We're bar to bar. I'm good.
Oh, Freezy triples in and keeps the spot, but watch right here.
Great move by Freezy. Tomac's going to have to find a way past. He's in a transfer position, Jeff, so maybe he doesn't push it too hard right now.
Yeah, but gate pick, I mean, this is a short start. Gate pick's going to be super important.
He's got to get into Super Bowl to get that gate pick, and he's there right now, so maybe he just kind of cruises. We got one down hard here.
That's an NDK rider.
Medical crew checking on a rider.
That's got to be Chad Reed.
It is Chad Reed.
Over the bars hard.
Reedy. The two-time champion takes a hard hit. Oh, and you can see he was on the ground right there as we were watching and believe.
Oh, never want to see that. Chad's such a great ambassador of the sport. Came back, he's been in retirement. He came back to ride this season of this new FIM World Supercross Championship. Ken Roxon out front right now has got about a 4-second lead. Looking at the lap time, 46.4 is his quickest. Brayton's in Heat 1 was a 46.8. So Roxon, once again, the fastest rider on the track.
Ken known for being incredibly quick right out of the gate, Jeff, and he is showing that again here. And Freezy proving once again to not be easy to try to pass. And there he goes. He lights the candles here over the finish line jump as Ken Roxon wins World Supercross Heat Race #1, the WSX machines. And Chad trying to compose himself. That's Ellie in the jean jacket there, his wife.
Yeah.
Checking on her husband. Maybe a wrist.
Well, just don't want to speculate. We have a fantastic medical crew here on hand, and Chad's got his 3 kids and everybody here also. So hate to see Dad go down like that straight away.
All right, here's Heat 2 results. Kenny Roxon on the Honda Genuine machine. Freezy with a great ride. He's going to be very happy with that second, especially considering he splits in between Roxon and Tomac.
Well, Tomac's won basically everything he's entered this year. So anytime you get a win there, that's a good ride
and
for Freezy.
And Escoffier and Subaros will all go on to Super Bowl.
Ken, a huge win for you in that heat against Eli Tomac, and we know that's the matchup to follow tonight. But for you as a rider, how did you adapt so quickly to this bike that you told me yesterday is brand new, it's stiff, you're still breaking it in. You even said you felt awkward. What helped you adapt?
Ultimately, just getting some time under my belt. It's everything broken in. Things feel good. Obviously, the dirt is really hard packed here, so you got to really be on your toes because it's very easy to make a mistake. For example, after the triple, washing the front end, things like that. So it's like these spots on the track that every lap I come around that you just put a little bit of extra focus in it to not make a mistake. So I'm loving it so far.
Patience paying tonight for Ken Roxon, guys.
Yeah, and you can see that brace Ken wears on his left arm, Jeff. That's the one that he injured. That you talked about in the interview that we'll see a little bit later.
Ooh,
is
that's
Chad
never a good sign
grimacing
right
in
there.
pain. And that is one of the grittiest riders you will find anywhere, and the toughest athletes I've ever come across. And he's feeling it as we take a look at the highlights. Roxon got out front quickly, Jeff, and just pulled away. Tomac was close until right here.
Yeah, a little bit of help there from Tomac sliding out. And then here's that bad one that Reed took. That was a hard hit right there.
Yes, it was.
Probably right into one of his shoulders, you know. Oh, we see the bike flipping up there.
And then it was Roxon, first one over the finish line jump, his 41st career World Supercross Heat win. Winning team, Honda Genuine Squad, Wilson, Roxon, Anstey, and Wilson Todd. That is going to be a strong group to deal with in World Supercross competition. And coming up a little bit later on, Jeff sits down with Ken Roxon. Talk about what it's going to take for him to become a world Supercross champion. Well, freestyle crews showing off here inside Principality Stadium. They'll have freestyle exhibitions going on at every round of World Supercross competition as we travel the globe. Talked about the Moto Concepts team, Braden Freese, Seeley, and Mitchell Oldenburg. They're going to be fun to watch. And Art Joseph Allen sat down with their team manager, Tony Alessi, earlier this weekend.
All right, so when it comes to traveling worldwide, Tony Alessi, my man, he's one person who's even told me that he's thinking about going down to Antarctica during the next round in Melbourne. Like, this guy, when it comes to world travels, he's the one. Why is that?
Well, everybody's got a bucket list, right?
Yeah.
And so as we travel to different races across the world, we have opportunities, right, to check those boxes off.
Yeah.
For example, the last time I went to Geneva to race the Supercross there with Justin Brayton, I had an opportunity to take a little shortcut over to see the pyramids in
what?
Sure, in Cairo, Egypt. And so I figure since we're going to be in Australia, right?
Yeah.
We're not that far from Antarctica, and how many people have the chance to say, hey, I've been there, right? And I think you need to go with me.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it, man. We were just having that conversation, I think just yesterday. So when it comes to a series that's going all over the world, what does it mean for you to be a part of that?
Oh, it's a great opportunity, right? When you can go travel the world and see different countries and the different fans, and an opportunity for fans to see our riders and our team that they can only dream of, right?
Yeah.
The opportunity is huge, right? And so we're glad to be able to provide that opportunity, and we're excited to meet all the new people.
And what types of challenges have you found? I was just speaking to someone in your team, and they were saying little things like dustpans and brooms, like being able to pack everything. What types of challenges is there not having your truck with you?
I mean, there's always going to be some challenges that will be represented by, a traveling show, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think it's anything that we can't handle.
Okay. Nothing they can't handle. Keep your eyes open. This team is coming for the glory. My man Tony Alessi here, world traveler. You might be seeing us soon down in Antarctica. Hopefully we'll make it back all safe. We'll see you guys on the next one. Too cool.
To see all the stuff that Joseph is going to be bringing to the show, Jeff, as we travel around the globe. He's been all over Cardiff since we've been here, and he'll have a lot more for us throughout the show.
Yeah, that looks just like you, Ralph.
Yeah, only I don't do it on purpose.
Tons of dirt brought into Principality Stadium, and over the last 5 days, where there once was a soccer field, there is now a World Supercross circuit. Now, generally, Supercross is raced in a football or a baseball stadium, so how does a soccer field make things different? An impressive track design by Jason Baker, and I'm standing here with his lead track builder, Justin Barclay. Justin, this track was designed for racers.
Yeah, Jason and I chatted when we first started on these projects, about having racing in mind and giving good racing. That's what the fans want to see. That's what the riders want to have. So we want to be entertained. So all the design and features are all featured, ready for the guys to race on. So.
Now, this dirt was sourced from the Cardiff Inland. It's part sand, part clay, and judging by the way the track looks, it will likely pack in and trend hard pack.
The dirt is screened, so we had to go for a big process of taking all the big rocks out and any rubbish out of the track. So we screened about 16,000 ton of dirt to give us the 8,000 ton of good dirt that we needed. So it's quite a big project to do that. And then obviously 400 truckloads into the stadium in a couple of days, built in a couple of days, and then we'll be ready for racing soon.
Now, riders always talk about the difference in how whoops are built. How did you guys build these whoops out?
So we built these whoops out, basically a bigger, fatter whoop which we'll maintain throughout the night. Obviously, consistency in the track was a big key, and rider safety is our big key. So the more we can keep on top of the features that are likely to break down, the riders feel safe then when they go out on the track, so then they can put on a good race and a good show. That's the most important thing. Once the riders feel happy and safe and they're having fun, we're going to be having some good racing.
And you guys have intentionally built out bowl turns. Why is that?
Bolt turns are the best thing for racing, really. It opens up the lines. We've made the track slightly wider than normal as well. So it opens up the turns to give more opportunities to pass in. And yeah, hopefully we're going to see some bars banging as well.
And just a beautiful track. The riders couldn't be more excited about it. Thank you so much, Jeff.
No worries. Good.
Handy job of building the track, Jeff, and maintaining it over the last couple of days.
Yeah, so the dirt's great. The three things that stick out: short, start straight. The 180s are very wide open, so there's the ability to pass is there, and that the riders have made little mistakes, which I am kind of surprised because everybody looked great in practice, but now that we're racing, gets a little bit tougher.
Loose and marbly is what they call it. You want to see what it looks like? Let's take a lap with Dean Wilson in our GoPro track map.
What's up, guys? Dean Wilson here. Going to show you a lap here at Cardiff World Supercross. Going in the first corner. It's going to be a bit tight, but it's going to be pretty important. You're going to want to hug this. You want to roll this. Table. Triple. A little bit short. That's right.
By the way, for those of you that are metrically challenged like me, outside it's about 61 degrees Fahrenheit. Inside here in Principality Stadium, about 76. Beautiful night for racing.
Yeah, it's great. And packed house here. Fans are so excited. We were outside just
horns blowing.
People on the street were just going mental. It was so stoked to have
All the
Supercross
pubs
here.
are packed. It was great. Okay, Jeff, you know what's coming up? Our first ever look at Super Pole. Jeff has had an incredible racing career as a rider and as a team owner. He's here with the Craig Dak Racing Yamaha squad. He's got Luke Clout, Josh Hill, Aaron Tanti, and Kyle Chisholm, who will be racing for him. They're going to be a formidable outfit. And our Kristen Beat is with Craig.
Craig, you've worked with this group before, the World Supercross Promotion Group. What encouraged you to be a part of the World Supercross Championship?
Well, just the concept, going global with the team, being, next year is CDR's 30th year as a professional race team. And after all those years, having the opportunity to take the team globally was probably the most appealing thing. I've known all these guys for a very long time, and I know racing's racing, and there's a lot of good races, and people run a lot of good races. But what you'll find with this is just the entertainment factor and the additional things that will happen with this tonight. It will really excite people.
When developing your team roster, Kyle Chisholm is a rider who filled in for Star Racing Yamaha. He has a relationship with Factory Yamaha. You're the Factory Yamaha team in Australia. When I was talking to Kyle, he told me this off season, he had offers from other Yamaha teams within this paddock. He chose your team. What do you think moved him in this direction?
First of all, when we spoke to Kyle, we hit it off straight away. He was recommended to me from the guys at Jim Roach at Yamaha US. We knew he was a test rider for Yamaha too in the States and does a lot of PR stuff. So Yamaha sounds a bit cliche-ish, but it's true. It's very much a family company globally. So we like to try and keep everything in-house. and we just started talking, and it just worked, and it made sense.
With this team, Josh Hill, Luke Clout, how has everyone kind of come together in the last few days?
Josh has worked for us before in 2019. He's been a friend of CDR's for a long time, and he came to Australia and did the Melbourne round in 19 and rode for us, so he knew the team then. But we've got a great bunch of people here at CDR. All my partners, Yamaha, have been with me for 40 years as a racer and team owner. Monster has been with us for 10 years. Fox Clothing have been there for the whole time, and all my staff are long-termers. So we're a really tight bunch. So when people come in from the outside, it's just like walking into someone's lounge room and having a cup of tea.
Craig, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, getting ready for Super Pole, and Craig Dack is going to be one of those teams that we're going to be talking about a lot. It's fun asking him earlier what he liked the most about the World Supercross Championship. He said, well, everybody that's running it is Aussie, as am I. Feels like I'm going home. In 1924, in the town of Camberley, Surrey, in southern England, the sport of motocross was born. As you can see from these pictures from nearly 100 years ago, they were very humble beginnings of what was known at the time as a scramble. No safety gear of any kind, just your cap, as these riders courageously chased each other across open fields and up and down hills on what were not purpose-built race bikes with trick suspensions, but instead their everyday commuter.
Not a helmet in sight either.
Still to come tonight, Jeff, Super Pole, which only takes place for the World Supercross Championship machines, then 3 Grand Prix races for each of our categories, SX2 and the World Supercross Championship machines. Well, we can always go over Jeff and be DJ for the night.
I think she knows what she's doing. I don't have. I'll do some dancing later after we're done.
I've seen you dancing. You might want to stick to the riding.
Yes.
Well, we had a chance to talk to the riders about how tricky and how cool Super Pole is going to be as we add it to Supercross.
You have to be at 110%.
It's a pressure cooker situation.
One lap, one chance. Go as hard as he possibly can.
That one lap counts for so much.
The Super Pole is something that's so fun to do, but yet scary at the same time.
It's definitely nerve-wracking.
The Super Bowl Top 10 format is a must-watch.
It's really fun to watch as a fan.
It's definitely exciting for the crowd, and it's nerve-wracking for a rider because you know you have to be perfect.
It's real.
It's one lap, all out. All of the light is on the one guy on the track.
That lap alone in front of 40,000 plus people, that's where I believe the game changes.
The nerves you have knowing that every fan in the stadium's watching you.
It'll be a truly special feeling, and it'll be a first for me this weekend.
I can't lie, it's a little nerve-wracking, and it's almost more intimidating when you are doing Super Bowl than when you're racing. You have to be mistake-free.
It's purely about raw speed.
It's game on.
It's your time to make it happen.
Jeff, back in your day of wooden wheels and no suspension and so forth when it came to racing Supercross, Super Pole wasn't a part of it. How do you think you would have dealt with this?
Well, what's interesting is we're so used to being on the track with other machines. When you're the only rider on the track for Super Pole, the whole entire stadium is quiet and all you hear is your motorcycle. So it's a very strange feeling. And, we have about 40,000 fans here tonight. Everyone, and counting, everyone in the stadium is looking at one guy. There's nothing else going on except for you. So I think it's going to make these guys a little nervous, right?
No doubt.
The mentality of it, like having to think about that. And so they have to get in the zone, funnel down the focus, cut everything else out, and just focus on nailing the fastest possible lap that they can. And 45.9 seconds is the time to beat from earlier today in qualifying.
Let's go trackside. Here's Kristen.
A battle I really enjoyed watching. Vince Friese holding off Eli Tomac. I mean, how'd you manage the pressure?
Yeah, I mean, it was tough. Obviously, he's probably the best guy in the world right now. I I've had him breathing down my neck for a lot of years, and usually he finds his way by, but I knew 6 laps, and my bike's working so good. The team's been so awesome. Yeah, just tried to ride the cleanest few laps that I could, and kept him back there.
Great start and a good defensive riding from Vince Prix, guys. He heads out to Superpole.
Yeah, and he's going to have 3 GP races coming up to see maybe he can steal a win away from Tomac and Roxon.
Well, and Freezy is really good off the start. You have 3 races that make up the British Grand Prix, right? 3 final events. So Freezy's definitely a favorite.
Great look at the crowd here tonight inside of Principality Stadium. As we said, this is the home, traditionally, of the Wales Rugby Union, and they're one of the best rugby teams in the world, Jeff, and a hugely passionate fan base follows them, the national team for Wales.
Well, here they go. Our top Superpole riders are out there.
And we will go from 10 to 1 will be the order. So first up, Cedric Subirós will be the first one out on course here.
French rider. And it looks like what we're going to have is the rider's going to have a warm-up lap, a sighting lap, if you will. Look at how the lines have changed since the last time they've been out there. Justin and his crew have been working on it. You can see all of the Bobcat and Dozer tracks out there where they've gone in fixed sections of the track. So he's warming up. He's going to make a 180, and boom, it's on for the first Superpole for Cedric Subirós.
Cedric, a 5-time
Here we go.
Supercross champion. Racing for the Bud Racing Squad.
On board right here, and now, now Superpole, you're the only rider out there, so the fast line's going to be some of these bowl turns. When they were in the actual race battling for position, they're riding some of the inside lines, but he doesn't have to worry about that right now.
Subirós, 33 years old, 12 career World Supercross starts, 2013, 2018, and 2019. His best finish at 13th in Seattle back in 2018.
Got across the whoops really good. Now, no mistakes through this last rhythm section. If he gets through that final turn good,
here's that big bowl at the end.
Could set a good time. So 42, 43, 47-1. I mean, that's a pretty good time. The track has got some fresh spots in it, that they've worked on.
Yeah.
I mean, the good thing is he's leading Superpole right now.
That's right. Angelo Pellegrini, the Italian rider on the 941, the Honda-mounted rider. He's up next.
Yeah, Pellegrini, he's had a lot of experience in Supercross, one of the standout Italian riders on the circuit. Here we go. Double into the turn, hit the throttle.
Riding for Honda Mills.
It's got to be something to see. So see how quiet it is out there? We're not used to that. You're not used to being out there with it being this quiet. I mean, that
Pellegrini has made 9 starts in the AMA 250 Supercross Series back in 2020 and 2021.
That was quick. Let's see how he scoots across and skims these whoops, right? Oh, he's going to jump through them. Got a nice line through there.
And Jeff, we saw it during the heat race, some of the riders using the inside line around those bowls. In this Superpole series, you're going to want to rail around the outside of that berm and carry as much speed as you can.
47.6. Half a second off of.
And if you're wondering, the timing line just before the finish line jump is in the dirt. That's where the loop is at ends the lap. It's about just 3 feet just before you get to the bottom lip of the jump.
Yeah, just before you hit that metal takeoff, that metal ramp.
This is the 137, Adrian Escoffier, French rider.
I mean, I definitely think that it'd be a little more nerve-wracking if you were one of the first riders out. But now, okay, let's get into it.
And guys, only last week did Adrian Escoffier find out he would actually be racing in the World Supercross Championship. Team manager for Bud Racing Kawasaki, Stefan Dassi, only called him 7 days ago, and he said, can you do it? Now, Adrien Escoffier was racing in the French championship at the time, and he's filling in for the injured Gregory Aranda. He is making the most of this opportunity, guys.
Not surprised that he would be here, Kristen. He's 28 years old from Provence, France, and he's the 2018 French Supercross 2 Supercross champion. So he's a very competent rider, Jeff.
Yeah, it looks good right now. He's shown a lot of aggression too. He definitely is hustling on the bike. You see him a lot of. He's really smooth rider, but a lot of body English right here. Let's see how he takes his final turn.
Well, handful of throttle.
47.4. It's going to put him second, Ralph.
Yeah, he's moved up a little bit.
Not a bad effort.
No. Handful of riders yet to go. So we take a look at our Penrite replay.
Look at the eyes right there, just so focused.
How far down is he looking, Jeff, as he works his way through that lane?
Well, as he goes over the WSX finish line here, light the candles. It varies. There are times where you're looking down at the tip of your front fender. There are times where you're looking ahead, like right now. Josh Hill is going to look ahead. He goes up over. He's going to look at the landing and then start to focus. So it's back and forth, back and forth. You're kind of, scanning the soil. You're not just, your eyesight and your helmet is not just in one spot.
So Hill working through sector 1. Let's see how he does here.
Oh, see how now he shorted the turn right there coming out of that?
Yeah.
Right. So instead of riding the wide line, he cut down because there were no other bikes on the track, trying to shorten up the track a little bit to help with this lap time. Another one of the riders jumping through the whoops.
33-year-old from Oregon in the U.S. One career.
Oh, does he go for the quad?
Oh, he did it! And the crowd loved it here in Cardiff.
The first rider.
And that's going to put Josh Hill right at the top of the board, and he's going to celebrate with the crowd here in Principality Stadium. We saw Pellegrini try that yesterday, Jeff, and it didn't work out as well.
Yeah, he didn't do a quad. He did about 3.5. Now, Hill uncorks it. The first rider to do that puts him on top. Now, Hill, famous for being a jumper. Watch how he goes through the rhythm section. He knows it. He says, I'm pulling the trigger right here. Full throttle, seat bounce even on the 450, second gear, and barely made it. But it puts him on the top of the board.
But showing that you're going to have to do it if you want to be there, and Vince Friese will be the next one up.
Well, there's one other jump on the track that is a must if you're going to set the fast time, and that's out of turn 2. Friese's almost there. There's a single table, single, and you have to quad the first section. Okay. So right here, if you want to set fast time, you have to jump all four. See, he's on off. You have to jump all the way over that if you're going to.
You got to get over both tables.
Yep. Oh, he went a little long, had his foot out.
Guys, I just asked Josh Hill, what was that sensation like? He said it was like an explosion. He said that transition, these tracks feel so tight. And he said, so to nail that quad, huge victory for Josh Hill.
Put him right to the top of the board, and Friese, he goes number 1.
Whoa.
46.7. Vince Friese showing not only is he difficult to pass here, but he's quick as well.
Yeah, and the thing to remember, everyone, this is new, but if you win the Super Pole, you also earn 1 championship point. Okay, so there's a lot on the line for this. If it gets, if it comes down to it, Super Pole win could make the difference between being the world champion or not.
So the 31-year-old from Cape Girardeau, Missouri, Vince Friese, he's number 1 right now. But if you want to know what quick looks like on a motorcycle, come to the number 3 of Eli Tomac.
Okay, watch right here. Out of the turn, quad over the single, go from the table to the single into the big triple. Watch Tomac. He's going to fly across these whoops right now. Outside right here. Let's see if he uncorks the quad. Who knows? He's never done it. Is he going to do it? Nope.
No. But is he quick enough still?
Could be.
Here he comes. To the line. Tomac is number 1.
45.9.
First rider down into the 45s during Super Pole here, Eli Tomac. Wow.
In practice, he set a 45.938. Now he does a 45.939. I mean, that's it. That's That is right there with the fastest that anyone has been able to make it around this course here in Cardiff.
Tomac, the 2020 World Supercross champion, 7 wins in 2022 in AMA Supercross competition. And we move on to Thomas Remet.
Pretty good heat race. He looked good. He definitely was tough, like in the competition side of things. Now we have to see just what sort of speed and skill he has being out there all alone. Is he going to uncork the quad right here? Nope, on off.
Kind of scrubbed it, didn't he?
Yeah, I think that obstacle is maybe more important than the quad that Hill jumped. But we'll see.
Utilizing the scrub, the Bubba scrub, James Stewart developed.
He's coming around. I don't think this is going to be a good one, Ralph.
Well, it was
46.8.
Put him third.
Third, yeah, better than I thought. Yeah,
better than Hill actually. All right, still to go. Ken Roxon. Here's the 17. This is a Rick Ware Racing entry at Joey Savacci.
All right, so let's go on board with Savacci here. Triple into the turn, make a right, slide the bike around the track. It's just been worked on. There's some of these sections where those ruts that were on the inside are not there, so it's going to make it more difficult. Savacci has got to quad out of this turn all the way over. Boom, triple, single. Yeah, he's got it. If he gets through the whoops, good, Ralph. He's got a shot at winning Super Bowl.
They're coming up.
So he opted to jump through the whoops. Cut the 90 a little bit short.
Last rhythm lane.
Last one.
Rails the berm. Checkers. Savacci's number 2.
46.233. Just a quarter of a second off. Watch right here. See, bounces this triple. Nice slow-mo right here. Watch how perfectly he's going to land.
Jeff, don't forget, he was injured basically the majority of the 2022 AMA Supercross season. Got hurt after round number 2 there. During round number 2. And here he is, Ken Roxon, the fast German rider, won his heat race. Can he grab Super Bowl as well and continue his unbeaten streak here in Cardiff tonight?
Well, this is a new machine for him, not the team that he's been riding for the last couple of years. There it is.
Whoa.
Quad, scrubs that.
That's quick.
Now, Roxon has set the fastest single time with a 45.935.
Blitzes through those whoops, Jeff. This is a quick lap.
Goes to the quad.
He away! And the crowd loves it here in Cardiff.
That's going to get it done. That has to do it.
Has to be number 1. Yes, walks into the top of the board. 45.874.
And it was worth just, I don't recall seeing anyone jump that quad throughout all qualifying and warm up today. Right here. Watch this. Just seat bounces it. And you have to do it. Think about this. If you make a mistake, like the entire stadium and the entire world of Supercross is watching just you.
Yeah.
I'm
You're
telling
under
you,
a microscope.
Roxon is on rings right now.
Here's Justin Brayton.
Final rider. Now, if you're Brayton, you've seen that Roxon has gone out and set the fast time. You got to jump the quad out of turn 2, and you have to uncork it.
It's like Super Bowl
it's like 0.2 of a second. Yeah, if he wants to win this point and win Super Bowl.
He didn't quad through there.
Yeah. No, he did. He's just so smooth. He makes it look easy.
He does.
Comes up a tad short right there. He's really good at skimming the whoops. He's fast through there. Now, is it on his mind? Does he know that he has to do it? Off the table, triple. Is he going to do it? Nope. So now he has to get through this turn fast.
It safe. Brayton playing it safe, but coming to the line. Brayton goes to 4. Roxon, Tomac, Savacci, Brayton, Freezy, the top 5. Wow, what a thrilling Super Bowl session for the first time in the history of the World Supercross Championship. Ken Roxon uncorks the quad when he absolutely had to. The first time we see him do it all weekend, and it puts him right at the top of the board. The German rider has been undefeated in every level of competition so far tonight, Jeff. Wins his heat, wins Super Bowl, and we go to Kristen to hear from him.
Ken, how does that Super Pole lap mentally compare to a race being center of attention like that?
Oh, it's really tough. You know, you make the slightest mistake, and a guy like Eli Tomac, you know, barely makes any mistakes and has some super gnarly speed. Mine wasn't clean. I wasn't planning on doing the quad, but I had to. So as soon as I jumped the triple, I got it clean enough, and I just sat into it and went for it. I wouldn't have done it if I didn't see it from Josh, but it worked out.
Yeah, it did. Ken Roczen taking the first Super Pole of the World Supercross Championship in the UK, guys.
And it was spectacular, Kristen.
Wow.
His first career Super Pole, and it comes here at the opening round of the British GP, Jeff, as we look at the highlights.
Oh, Hill right here. I mean, just showing what a master he is at jumping a motorcycle. Goes out there brave. Tomac, he was so fast. He put in a great lap also. Had to feel good about the 45.9, but then Roczen, I mean, he's like, I just had to do it. I mean, just uncork it.
Full send.
Full send. 45.8. That is the fastest lap that anyone has set here so far at this British Grand Prix.
Well, GPs will be coming up, but here's the Honda Genuine squad as we continue to introduce you to the teams that are based. This one based out of Australia with Dean Wilson, Ken Roczen, Max Anstey, and the rest. We got racing right around the corner from here in Cardiff.
Wow. Look at that turn down.
Here's a look at the Honda Nils team. Olivia Lancelot, team principal for this squad, the female. Tremendous competitor in her own right. Home base of Italy for this squad. Jordi Tixier, the French rider, Angelo Pellegrini, Lorenzo Camporesi, and Thomas Doe. And also competing in the World Supercross Championship, the GSM Yamaha organization with Thomas Ramet, Anthony Bourdon, Carson Brown, Maxime Desprez, team based out of France. So the riders getting lined up in the gate now as we get ready for SX2 competition. We move on to the full finals, Jeff. Here at the British GP. SX2 GP race number 1.
Yeah, looking at this lineup here, it's Bogle, Anstey, Oldenburg, Walsh. I mean, Seeley. It's pretty stacked in. I got to tell you, if I had gate pick, I'm going to be far on the inside because the start is just not that long. And I mean, look, the difference from where maybe Bogle or Anstey here, the 891, the 99, where they'd be lined up. You go way outside here to the 45 of like Henry Miller. I mean, it's got to be 20 feet longer, maybe more.
Well, we did see Matt Moss line up just to the right of the doghouse, and he made a pretty good run at it, but I don't think you want to go much further out than that.
No, I mean, for me, my style was always being on the inside. I want to control everything. If you're on the inside, you can push everybody else wide.
Over there where Bogle is on the 891.
Yep. Oldenburg tucked far on the very inside gate on that Moto Concepts Honda.
That's right. This is going to be the first race where you see the entire gate is packed. And I mean, these riders, they come from all over the world. You know that you have some local guys out there, but there's guys here that want to prove a point. And they are going to put it all on the line to make sure that
SX2 GP1 getting ready. So let's take a look at our GoPro track map. Jeff?
Well, I was just talking about short start. You're going to go down and make a left here, and you have got to get the bike turned wide. Now that we're in the main races, you're going to see everybody push really wide there. Second turn is going to be critical. If you can get over this triple jump here and have the lead, you can really establish yourself and ride the lines that you want. Everybody behind you, it's going to be total carnage. Also on the first lap, when you come through this rhythm section into this 180, if you've got somebody, you know, they're behind you, you want to guard that inside and up for the finish line. That is a lap in Cardiff.
And then Jeff, it picks up and it'll start to accelerate around here.
Yeah, a little bit quicker here, right? Taking one more look at it. I don't know if anybody set a fast time like this. I'm sure. Oh, the arrow jumped the quad, so there it is.
Yeah.
That's the new fast lap here in Cardiff.
That's a full lap here. With our GoPro track map, and now we get ready for SX2 GP race number 1.
250cc 4-stroke machines.
Well, you know Max Anstey's quick, and I like his gate pick, Jeff. Just 3 in from the far left. In front of the home crowd, you know the adrenaline is pumping inside the rider on the 99. All right, here we go. GP race number 1, SX2, drop the gate.
Oh.
Mitchell Oldenburg working the inside on the 48. He's going to come out with the early lead. Oldenburg will lead him into the rhythm lane.
Chisholm with the second place start.
Here's Moss on the 102, and he's got Chris Bloss right there with him.
A couple of teammates going at it. Bloss really had to get on the binders to not hit Moss, his teammate.
And Dylan Walsh on the number 53 Kawasaki. You see 3 Cowies all riding right there in that group, about 5th, 6th, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Lots in the front of that group.
Yeah, lots of bar banging right now. Early part here, but you got to wonder, where's Oldenburg?
Aaron Tanti, you're on board with him.
Bogle back in 18th right now.
Coming up on the inside of Tanti is a 53 of Walsh.
And keep in mind here in SX2, World Supercross Racing, this British Grand Prix, the races are 6 laps long. I mean, it is, you have got to make it happen right away. The bad start that Bogle got is really going to cost him. He's back in 15th right now, and Steve 14th. Both of those riders were really quick in the heat race.
And it's not like we're going to move on to the WSX race for their first GP. No, you're going to get SX2 GP number 2 right after this. You make a quick break, and you're right back in the game.
Oldenburg puts himself in a great position. Oh, now look at some of the riders here taking that inside line.
There goes the 9-10 Carson Brown. Carson back in 9th.
That's
Problems
not
there
good
for Bogle.
Oh, after a heat win, he's got problems with his machine. Not quite sure what's going on there. Now remember, there's still 2 more final Grand Prix races here, but if they can't get that bike fixed, he could miss race 2.
You caught a glimpse of Chisholm on the 11. He sits in 2nd. Let's see if we can figure out. Oh, here's a replay of the start again, Jeff. That's Anstey's view.
Yeah, look how tight that is. Now, Bogle, he might have gone down right there and
suffered a mechanical defect.
Well, maybe. I mean, the bike looked like it was still running. Oh, here we go. Bogle gets off to the side.
He knew something was wrong, didn't he?
And I wonder if maybe a brake rotor or something like that didn't get broken.
Well, you see Nicoletti cutting to the inside of those tough boxes there, Jeff. Nicoletti's all the way back in 12th.
No problem for Oldenburg, though. He is out front doing what he needs to do. Blows. And Moss, a couple of teammates.
Oldenburg, 28 years old, from Minnesota, but he lives in Texas. 69 career AMA 250 Supercross starts. No wins to his credit. He raced both 250 and 450 during the 2022 season.
Now, McElrath was really quick in the heat race. He's made some moves. He's up to 4th, guarding the insides right now.
Oh!
Oh, that's Seeley.
Seeley on the 200, yep.
Yeah, the motor. Oh, he's got his clutchy. The clutch perch, where the clutch lever is attached to, got bent up or down, so he's had to adjust out. Let's see what happens right here. Oh, he has to check up, and he gets in the back of Tanti. and then just goes down. Well, the good thing is he's got 2 more races here in this GP.
There's a look at it.
Oh, yeah, right here. Watch this. Bam!
Kind of jumped right into him, huh?
I mean, that's part of it. I mean, in that situation, I guess the only choice he could have done was gone wide, try to ride the wide line.
Working the last lap. Mitchell Oldenburg has led every one of the laps here in GP number 1 for SX2. Here he is out front. Oldenburg on his way.
Now, McElrath is the fastest rider on course, 47 flat. Oldenburg, 47.4, but great start, great positions out here, doing his own thing. He's got almost a 4-second lead. He's got to feel good about this. Man, this is the way to start it out, right?
Oh, you know it. Coming to the checkers. GP race number 1 for SX2. History is made. It will show it was won by Mitchell Oldenburg. Close, Moss, McElrath, and Dylan Walsh will be the top 5. GP race number 1 sees the checkers.
Wow, that happens fast, Ralph.
Sure
6
does.
quick laps and only 47-second lap time.
And a good night for Moto Concepts as they take GP race number 1 in SX2. Pelos will follow him across the line as you take a look at the rest of the field. Kyle Chisholm and Justin Bogeljeff all the way at the tail end. Let's hear from the winner with Kristen.
Mitchell, before you came into London, you had gotten excited about the NFL playing the game in London. You said, if I win, I'm going to the NFL game. I brought my Green Bay Packers jersey. Does this count as that win?
Yeah, that's tomorrow, so we're focused on tonight. Just got to execute the starts, get away from the chaos. There's a lot of guys out there going really fast, and just try to get away from it and keep it risk-free.
All right, Mitchell's in a hurry to get back to the podium. Guys, they have a quick turnaround during these resets. A lot of these bikes, you'll see riders trying to cool them down, mechanics trying to get their riders a splash of water, new gloves, maybe even a new helmet. This is a big moment, so Mitchell will be getting back to the line.
Yeah, Jeff, just about 3 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's pretty quick. And take a look at these race highlights. Gate drop, you have 22 of the best 250 Supercross riders in the world. And watch the other riders. See the lines crossing, going inside, outside? That tight section right there is so difficult. The 180's leaving up. That's McElrath making a move, trying to work his way up. He's about mid-pack off the start. And, of course, this incident with Seeley, that's going to cost him big time. He's going to be bummed about that. Another look at it from the onboard camera facing back, but no problems from Mitchell Oldenburg. He lights the candles here.
Yeah, he did.
I've always wanted to say that, Ralph.
Well, I'm glad you.
I never call the
welcome
finishes.
to the club.
That's right. So right now, what's crazy about it for the rider? Okay, so get a fresh set of goggles, right? So you have dry foam and not a lot of sweat on it. But now your heart rate has to come back down, and then you got to.
What else would you have wanted? New set of goggles. What else would you change?
That's
your
it.
gloves, change the helmet?
Nope.
No,
just a new set of goggles, maybe a little sip of water, some sort of hydration, and that's about it. And then just, hear from the team, okay, inside line here, outside line there, do this through the whoops, jump that, not that, something like that you can take, some knowledge that you can take into race 2.
Literally straight back out. Don't forget, 6 laps on this one. Then we have FX3. Super final of 10 laps. We add the scores of the 3 races all together. That determines our podium.
There are the riders getting set for GP race number 2. The gate just in front of the massive flag of Wales. With the green and white bar and the red dragon.
And you see a shot of Justin Bogle. He's back. So whatever was wrong with the motorcycle that took him out of race 1,
able to get it ready.
He's back on the line. The 891, that white MDK bike. And from what it appears is that everyone's lined up in the exact same spot. So you must pick your gate for gate 1. It's the same, or for race 1, it's the same for all 3.
Seeley back in the gate as well. All ready to go. Another good look at this huge crowd on hand here tonight.
I mean, how could you not be?
There's been a huge buzz. Banners all over the city here in Cardiff. There's Moss on his 102. Ready to go.
Onboard camera right there, giving us those great onboard looks.
He's got the 12 just inside of him. Shane McElrath.
I think McElrath has a win in him. I think that he's that fast, and now he's warmed up. Maybe race one out of the way. I feel like these riders are maybe kind of shake off the nerves.
Well, here they go, ready to go. Drop the gate again. First to the quarter, Anstey trying to get the whole shot on the inside. Max has it, but then he gets squeezed out quickly by Wilson Todd on the 20.
Chisholm was second in race one. Now he's down in the first turn. Total carnage.
Just as you called for it, Jeff. And it's Todd out front with Anstey right on his tail. Anstey gets inside, bringing the crowd to life here as Max goes to the front of the field here in GP race number 2.
The Genuine Honda team has to be happy. They've got Anstey and Todd both out front here.
And here comes Derek Kelly on the 41, giving chase along with the 66 of Chris Blows. Blows now up to third on his Kawasaki as he gets around the outside of that berm turn.
Oh, big crash.
Piling in there, that's the 48 machine of Mitchell Oldenburg.
Oh, so he won
Wins race one.
Oh, and he's hurt. Yeah, look, something there on his lower back. He want to slam that dirt, but I mean, this is what's so crazy.
Watch it again, Jeff.
Okay, watch for the red bike right here. Does he try to? Oh, he goes to triple in.
Oh man,
and that's the dangerous side there. He should not have tripled. Watch right here. He's got to know that these riders are going to go inside there. You got it. It was a big mistake by Oldenburg, and
he landed on it.
More than likely, that just cost him the British Grand Prix win.
Yeah.
It did.
And he landed into Derek Kelly on the 41, and you can see that he rolled over and landed right on his back.
And see the riders going inside. What I talked about, like Oldenburg rode race one out front. He rode whatever lines he wanted. Now,
Todd holding on here in second.
No, Despry just put him wide.
Up here comes Blows. Blows right there with him, bar to bar through that section. The 66 on the inside.
Sliding
trying to
around.
push it back another spot. Inside of the next corner.
Todd can't hold this right now. The best he's got is if he can square him back up and accelerate back down. Not quite enough. And what's going to be difficult about this track is there's a lot of little stones, a lot of little pebbles, marbles, if you will, that are on the bottom of the bowl turns. And some of those 180s, if you try to cut inside, going in, or try to cut down, coming out of the turn, you're going to hit some of those marbles, and it's going to be really slippery.
Wilson Todd, a 24-year-old from Queensland, Australia, a 9-time Australian motocross champion at a variety of different levels. And there's a 141 of Despry, who's trying to catch up to Anstey right now. Despry, 28 years old, from France. He's a 2021 French MX1 motocross and SX1 Supercross champion.
Right now, Ralph, Despry is the fastest rider on the track, a 47 flat. Yeah, he was 0.3 of a second quicker than Anstey. I mean, the Yamaha riders totally came alive.
Anstey's going to need the home crowd to get behind him here, give him some encouragement. As McElrath on the 12 comes from fourth and closes up on Chris Blows in a great battle to get that final spot on the podium here for race number 2. Here they come flying into your screen.
Here comes McElrath on the inside. Is it going to be enough?
He's got it. McElrath takes over third.
I tell you, McElrath is quick also. I wouldn't be surprised if his...
looking to get inside, but Anstey pedals past.
One to go.
Final lap here in GP race number 2. Max Anstey trying to get in front of the hometown crowd here in Wales. The British rider out front.
If you want to hear the crowd go nuts, if Anstey comes across that finish line first, he's going to light it up. He has got so many family and friends here in Cardiff. Now, Despry was really good in the third sector. The French rider riding for GSM Yamaha. He's close, but is he close enough?
Trying to work his way to the checkers. A couple of bike lengths out in front of Despre. Final big turn. GP race number 2 goes to Max Anstey.
That is a very popular win here in Cardiff. You know, Anstey.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, Anstey once raced a long time ago. He raced a 65cc in this same stadium.
If he wins the overall tonight, those boys are headed straight to the tattoo shop to get a 99 added.
Oh yeah,
right?
Yeah, right.
Well, we might stop at the pub on their way there, though. Anstey, Despre, McElrath, Blosen, Wilson, Todd, your top 5 GP race number 2.
Really solid ride for Bogle to come back after having that problem. But then the question, what's the next 11 look like?
Looking from high above down onto the racetrack here tonight. Jeff, how do you think the track is hanging in there and surviving all this racing tonight?
I think it's been a fantastic layout, like design. I think that Justin Barclay and the crew has done an unbelievable job keeping the track in just pristine condition.
Well, you can see Kristen is with Max.
Goggles right now, putting on a fresh set. Max, how does being in front of the hometown crowd influence your racing?
Oh, it's great. It's great to be here. It's all about the start. It's short, intense racing. So get behind me. I'm going to come out swinging in this last one.
He's going to come out swinging, guys, getting that heart rate down.
Yeah, trying to lower the heart rate. Taking a look at our highlights here, Jeff. Anstey was on the right, just 3 riders in on the gates.
Yeah, I mean, you've got 22 riders, and let's get all 22 riders in about a 22-foot wide space. Yeah, that's part of Supercross. That's why being good off the start is so important. But this moment, Oldenburg, ended up, he was back. Yeah, I think he was outside the top 15. That was mega right there. But this whole section right here, if you ride it normally, it's pretty easy section. But here's when Maxime Despre goes by into second. And
Anstey taking the win.
Anstey takes the win, yeah.
And here's everybody back in their gates, ready to go. Final few words of encouragement from their mechanics.
See Phil Nicoletti right there. One of the riders decides to take his helmet off, let his head cool off, get that heart rate down. Other riders have chosen just to keep it on. And McElrath there. And then Oldenburg, yeah, it looks like he's all right. They might be working on the bike a little bit there too, it looked like.
Moving a little slower in the seat now.
Yeah. 1 minute to go. It's like, it's calm, and then the excitement's up.
Then pure
it's
chaos.
back again. Yeah, chaos is back again. Oh.
Getting ready to go. GP race number 3 for SX2, these 250 machines. Coming to life in their gates. Looking at Dylan Woodcock right there, the wild card rider. 275.
30-second board is up. That board goes sideways, count to 5, and then the gate will drop anytime after that. And I'm telling you, this is it for these 250 riders in the SX2. This is their last chance to get a race win here at the British Grand Prix and possibly put themselves on top of the podium.
Here we go, race number 3. Let's drop the gate. Who's going to be first to the corner?
Oldenburg.
Inside, Oldenburg with the lead.
And he blocked everybody out there. He went from the inside all the way to the outside to make sure he secures that. This is a replay of race 1, but not race 2 for Oldenburg.
You see Drake coming through. He got knocked off course.
Dylan
There's
Walsh
a
had a good
53
start.
Walsh, yep. And he's got Seeley right there to his right on the 200. Here comes Cole.
Yeah, Seeley had, oh, and he just clips him.
Down he goes.
Uh-oh.
And it looks like he might have had somebody run right over his hand if I'm not
Yeah, no, he clipped Seeley right here. Watch that go in, and Walsh just did not give him enough room right there. Seeley wanted to make sure that he did.
Yeah, somebody went right into
that
his
was
arm.
possibly Bogle. Watch right here. Bam, runs right over his right hand.
Oh, that hurts.
That hurts. No doubt about it. Well,
Bogle
Bogle, Seeley,
for-
Moss, Bogle.
Oldenburg looking for 2 wins here in the 3 GPs.
McElrath, who was so fast in race 2, once again started outside of the top 10. The starts have just not been there.
Let's watch this off the start from Anstey. Didn't get the start he needed, Jeff.
Just did not. And then it puts him on the outside in turn 2, so you just get totally blocked out. I mean, he's behind McElrath right there. And this is when you got to be really careful, because if somebody doesn't jump the big triple in front of you, you have to check up or end up in that same situation where you land on somebody.
And guys, a quick note on Cole Seeley. He had more recovery time than the other riders out on track. Midway through that last race, after he took a spill, he pulled off, he allowed his heart rate to recover. He lined back up on the gate ready for GP Race 3, but more recovery time for Cole Seeley paying off here.
Cole Seeley out of Sherman Oaks, California, in Southern California. He ran Supercross, Jeff, for some 10 years, from 2009 to 2019, then retired, had 1 win at Houston in 2015 in the 450 category, 5 career 250 victories in the AMA Series. Cole is 32 years of age, looking to see if he can grab a GP race win here tonight in Cardiff, sitting back in second right now as everybody chases Mitchell Oldenburg. There's Bogle on that 891, trying to get around Mons up the inside, and he's got it.
Yeah, and he ended up having to jump through the whoop section right there. But look who's also coming along with him. You've got Tonti. Moss makes a mistake that costs him again, loses another position. It's going to put him back to 5th.
We'll go see Seeley just in front of him.
Oh, Brown gets by, so things really starting to unravel for the Australian rider, number 102.
Here's Oldenburg on that 48.
And you got to wonder, I mean, I know this
there
is
behind him. 10 laps in this final one.
Yeah,
a little longer.
Third one's the super final. And you got to wonder if Seeley has got what it takes to win this third one. And we could go 3 different winners.
Now, guys, on that last lap by, I paid attention to what the mechanics were telling the majority of the riders. Nearly every pit board said breathe on it, something they're having to remind the riders during these sprint GP races.
Well, yeah, because you have a tendency in the sprint to kind of hold your breath, and now this one's a little bit longer, but every time you hit the big triple, or every time you have a flat section where they're at right now, you've got to take a deep breath, like really expand your diaphragm and try to relax your hands on the bars.
Jeff, that overall score of how you performed during these 3 GP races will determine our overall British Grand Prix winner in this SX2 category.
Now, last lap around, Seeley was a couple tenths of a second quicker than Oldenburg, but it looks like Oldenburg has really put it together this race. But now we're going to be into it, the final couple of laps here in the British Grand Prix. I've been really impressed with the Yamaha rider, Tonti. Aaron Tonti out of Australia.
Laps winding down. Oldenburg with that bruised back after crashing hard in race number 2.
So now notice they put down a different track marker in that tight S-turn section in the middle where all the carnage was. Those tough boxes, evidently not so tough. You can see it right there in the center of your screen, some of the guys going through. Check it out when we come past the finish line. We're going to have 3 laps to go after this SX2 Super Final. See if we can stay on board here with stay on with Oldenburg. Now watch on the right side of the screen right there. Couldn't quite see it from that angle, but they had to put one of those plastic barricades down.
Oldenburg, Seeley, and Bogle, followed by Tonti. 3 Americans and the Australian running 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then it's Shane McElrath, or Brown, I should say, Carson Brown, who's in 5th. Oldenburg 2 laps away from going to the NFL game, Jeff, as the British Grand Prix winner.
Yeah, Oldenburg stepped it up. Let's see what his lap time is. 47.6, same as last time. Seeley comes around with a 48.1, same thing as Bogle. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. The riders were knocking these tough boxes around, and so the track crew and the officials had to say, okay, you've got to go around these, and we don't want these things getting moved around in front of the riders.
And you saw Oldenburg went way around it, and Seeley cut tight. Seeley continues to ride in 2nd here, trying to give chase.
How about Carson Brown, the American rider, sitting in 5th? He's number 910 on the Yamaha. Him and Tonti are definitely battling it out here. Just a couple laps left to go. 401 of Jace Owen. He was your fastest qualifier earlier today, but has not been able to execute the starts to put him in a position to win.
Tonti, just 26 years old, from New South Wales, Australia.
1 to go. Last lap. Oldenburg won the first one, crashed out the second one. Looking like he's got a chance to win the third one. It's going to be interesting to see where the points stack up and where he's at.
He should be in great shape with 2 wins. Although he had a horrible finish in race number 2. Oldenburg wheeling into the whoops here.
Oldenburg and on that Moto Concepts Honda American race team, they are going to be really happy with the performance of this rider.
Let's see the checkered flag. There it is. Mitchell Oldenburg wins GP Super Final number 3 here at the British Grand Prix at SX2. Seeley will finish in 2nd, Tonti 3rd, Carson Brown will get 4th, and American Shane McElrath will round out the top 5.
Wow, 3 final races, 3 GP races that stack up to give you the British Grand Prix. Well, this is what the super final looks like. Let's see how it all stacks up after this.
There you see it. Oldenburg, Seeley, Tonti, Brown, and McElrath. And it's Bogle, Kelly, Bloss, Owen, and Anstey in the top 10. Kristen, you got to have a happy Mitchell Oldenburg with you.
Definitely a happy Mitchell Oldenburg, but taking the overall on the night. Shane McElrath, consistency paying here in Cardiff.
Man, that was tough. It's 3 terrible starts, and man, praise God, this is minimal progress, and I got my brother out here. We're traveling the globe, so God's been good to us. Rick Ware's up in the stands. I'm sure I'll see him somewhere by the podium. And Rick Ware Racing, number 12, and Summit Racing, man, fly 100%. Man, God is good.
Thank you so much, Shane. I'm aware they lined them up.
So the overall goes to Shane McElrath, even though it's Mitchell Oldenburg who won round number 3, GP number 3. All right, Kristen, back to you.
A minor miscalculation in the overalls here, but we got it sorted. Chris Bloss, 2nd overall on the night. Just a testament to what a crazy night this has been. Bowie is going to get a trophy when he gets home.
Yeah, you know what? I promised my Ultra Sport Bowie I'd bring him a trophy. And yeah, we're doing that.
Chris, getting a little emotional here. How hard is it to go overseas, to be racing far away from your family, and then to go out there and put in, I mean, just an absolute warrior effort?
Yeah, you know, it's really hard to leave the family, but the whole Bud Racing team, they're like family to me, and they've been treating me so good. And you know what? We came here with the purpose, and
yeah, we accomplished that.
Chris Close getting it done here in Cardiff and also getting a little emotional. I'm going to step here in between Mitchell and Chris. Mitchell, rounding out the podium here tonight. I mean, what were those conditions like for you as a rider, and how were you able to reset in between those quick GP races, especially after taking a tumble in the second GP race?
Yeah, that second crash was, or the second moto crash was no fun. It was, you know, you do the check through in your head, make sure everything's okay, and I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna get up, I'm gonna save my energy and just roll around. I wasn't gonna catch anybody in front of me at that point, so. After that crash, the main focus was that third hole shot. Get out front and just be clear of the chaos, because I didn't do that in the second main and I got caught up in it. So I am like blown away that I ended up on the podium with a 1:19.1. But good reset. I'm riding really good. I'm happy with how everything's going. Just got to keep the ball moving in Australia.
All right, thanks so much, Mitchell. Congratulations.
Yeah, Australia will be up next in 2 weeks. Here you see Rick Ware.
Well, let's take a look at these Boost Mobile highlights. Of course, the start being so critical. Oldenburg on the inside, probably the shortest line. He gets there, moves wide, blocks everybody out. Total chaos behind him. This was that first lap here. Big crash there. Seeley. Oh, and Seeley almost went down himself trying to block him out right there, but here was a move by Bogle getting to the inside of Moss. Nice little slow-mo over the big 75-foot triple.
At the end of GP race number 3, it was Mitchell Oldenburg who would take the win. 2 GP wins on the night for the 48. Moto Concepts.
Yeah, Mike Genova, the owner of this team, told Leslie they have to be really happy with where they're at. You know, Mitchell's going to look back at that mistake that he made, caused that crash in race 2. He'll be kicking himself a little bit, but, you know.
Rick Ware and his wife Lisa celebrating. Jeff, they run teams in NASCAR, IndyCar, IMSA, NHRA, and now in World Supercross, and their rider is going to take home the win here tonight as British GP champion in 2022 in SX2.
Yeah,
what an operation.
And Rick Ware used to race motocross when he was younger, so I guess all we can say is welcome back.
Yeah,
welcome back,
exactly.
Rick, and congratulations.
What a performance by that crew.
All righty, it is now time to present for the WSX SX2 class. In third place, we have Mitchell Oldenburg. In second place, we have Chris Close. And now, your winner in Cardiff, UK, Shane McElroy. Presenting the trophies today, Hakan Lehman, FIM board member. The trophy for third place. The trophy for second. And to our first place winner,
yeah, this was great racing, great performance, not only by these three, but by the whole field, I think.
Make some noise for your Cardiff podium! Now, let's play the national anthem for the USA. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your WSX SX2 winners! It is now time to pop some champagne!
Well, Jeff, getting ready to uncork the champagne here as the Americans dominate SX2 at the opening round. The British GP goes Americans all across the podium.
Yeah, I really love to see the emotion out of Chris Bloss, McElrath, who really didn't get good starts but battled all the way through. And then the contrast with Oldenburg winning the first and third race, had a bad second one, but they all end up on the podium. I mean, the three-race format is exciting and something that's really difficult for these riders to manage. It's not like just like one gate drop, one big, long main event. I mean, there's a lot to winning the British Grand Prix.
Yeah, there absolutely is. And one rider we expect to see competing for the win here tonight at the British GP in the WSX category of World Supercross is Ken Roczen. Earlier in the weekend, Jeff had a chance to sit down with Kenny.
What would it mean to you to be able to win another FIM World Championship and add it to the list?
Yeah, if I could add a world championship to the list would be huge. I mean, it's been a while since I've won a championship in general. And I mean, it'll look really good on my credentials. And I feel like it would kickstart the next step in my career a little bit and hopefully.
Courtney, team principal for the Club MX team. What has gone into getting this ready for World Supercross?
Oh, we did so much preparation for this. We, it's hard because I'm in Canada, they're down in Charlotte, so it's been a lot of FaceTime, a lot of Skyping, a lot of emails back and forth. Just making sure that the riders have what they need when we come over here. We're not at home, and the food's different, and the environment's different, the time change is different. So just ensuring that when we get here, everything is like, I'm prepared, I have a backup plan for everything if it does fail. Making sure the boys have a chef at the house so that they can have proper food. And if they're requesting something special, he can just like hook them up with it. Getting a masseuse at the house too when we landed so that the boys, if they're sitting on a plane and they're tight, their muscles aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing and they're not used to that. So just making sure I have everything here so that they can do their best out on the track and I can give them the best off the track. And then hopefully the program all comes together and that's all we can do really.
Now you guys have worked together in the past. You have a established relationship with Phil and with Jace. What are you expecting of them this weekend?
I think the good thing is about working with them before is I know what to expect from them and I know kind of like how they are, what their expectations of me are. And so there's not really much surprise wise, so I think having that comfortableness with each other and making sure that like, I know them well enough to know what they're going to want and what Phil's quirks are. So it like helps because then I can have like that stuff all dialed before we even get here. But it did make me way more comfortable, like knowing them, and like Cade's a friend of mine, so having Cade on the team as well. The only one I didn't really know was Grant, but he's a sweetheart, so it's like it wasn't really that hard to get it all dialed in with him.
As a woman in this sport, being a team principal, one of 2 in this series, by the way, that's huge. How meaningful is this opportunity for you?
It's huge for me, you know, like in Canada, obviously I'm well known just because it's been years and years of my working with my friends alongside. So I don't look at myself as a woman team manager in Canada, but definitely in this environment, I can feel that, you know, a lot of the emails that came through just from the fuel people and things like that were like Mr. Lloyd and things. So I think just changing the dynamic of what a race team manager looks like and showing my nieces that like it doesn't matter if you're a girl, you can just go do whatever you want. Like it doesn't have to be a gender thing. It's just literally if this is your passion, this is what you want to do, you're just as welcome here as everybody else.
Right, that was Courtney Lloyd, team principal for the Club MX squad, and obviously we had a little technical difficulty. It happens, right? It's part of live TV. Let's get you back to that Ken Roxon interview now.
What would it mean to you to be able to win another FIM World Championship and add it to the list?
Yeah, if I could add a world championship to the list, would be huge. I mean, it's been a while since I've won a championship in general, and I mean, it'll look really good on my credentials, and I feel like it would kickstart the next step in my career a little bit, and hopefully getting some more championships. Because I have had a little bit of a dry spell, but I'm working every day to be better.
A couple of good races here would definitely help your free agent status, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm in a situation that I've never been in, being a free agent at this point, but I'm truly enjoying it because I don't really have to worry about anything at this point and can do whatever I want. But it's more like a motivation thing for me. Like I'm extremely motivated to do good, and even from here on out in preparation for myself, because I know that there's a lot of people out there at this point that doubt me, but I'm feeding off of that, and I'm going to be putting in a lot of work over these next couple of months in general, and I'm super excited what the future is holding.
Yeah, so you're traveling with your wife and your son, but I mean, where's the dog? It's one of the most famous dogs in motocross.
Absolutely. We would have taken her here, but trust me, we would have had to quarantine her for a long time, and it just wasn't in the cards. She normally travels everywhere with us.
You've been FaceTiming with her a little bit? Or?
Yeah, actually, it's been pretty quiet on that just because of the time difference and us doing so much sightseeing. We always get pictures sent, and she's in very good hands, so I'm not worried about that. It's more so the saying goodbye that is tough, but yeah, maybe in the future, hopefully she can get to go to some of these races.
Yeah. So let's switch gears a little bit and talk about the actual competition of this race.
Mm-hmm.
And the format is quite a bit different, right? There's not just one main event, if you will. There's 3 finals, there's Super Pole, there's heat races. What's your thoughts on that?
It's super cool. Like I've never been part of a Super Pole race. So being the only guy on the track while there's 40,000 fans is going to be a little weird. And it's tough because you get one lap and you can't mess up. So it'll be very interesting. And that's what I mean. Like I'm trying to take all of this all in. There's a lot being thrown at us. Having the 3 races is going to be tough. You know, 8 laps, 12 laps with 5 minutes in between is no joke. Luckily, we had some good preparation because, you know, Florida is really hot. So we've been having to do this kind of format in Florida when we practice. So, but again, you know, our sport is action-packed. So more gate drops means more action.
Well, there he is, Ken Roxon. And Jeff, I think Ken is certainly going to be a massive contender for tonight's British GP win, but also for this championship, not just this year, but years to come.
Yeah, I mean, he's been fantastic at this style of racing. I mean, I look at his strengths are, you know, he's great off the start. He's good at setting fast lap times, which he's proven. And so you combine that for 3 short GP races. I mean, so far he's the favorite. And remember, he's not on the team that he's been on for the last couple of years. There's a lot of newness, but he's very fresh. And the fact that he is a free agent, it gives you that attitude adjustment, and you start to feed off that. You say, I'm going to prove to everybody I'm the best guy in the world.
Well, he rides for Yuriv Konski, his team principal, who's with Joseph Allen.
And you have one of the most stacked teams here at World Supercross. I got to know, what are the expectations coming into the racing?
I have no expectation. You know, we've got a lot of strong competitors here, and it's foreign to all of us here in the pit, a flyaway race.
Yeah.
So I'm just taking it as it comes, and I think we'll learn a lot from tonight. And hopefully we finish the night with great results. We've definitely got the caliber of riders that we would like to be lining up with Ken Roxon, Dean Wilson, Max Anstey, and Wilson Todd. But, you know, it's the unpredictability of the end result that keeps us coming to the track and makes it exciting, not only for us, but for the fans. But to have an expectation would be unrealistic because we haven't had a gate drop with these other teams. And particularly, I've got 3 new riders on the team with Max Anstey, Dean Wilson, and Ken Roxon. So we're all still learning one another. I'm quietly comfortable that we've done a lot of work in a very short period of time. Keep in mind, Ken's been on our bike now for only 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Dean ended his last contract, I think it's 9 days ago.
Yeah.
So to pull that together in the time frame that we've had is a credit to our team and our partners. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. But we'll see. When the gate drops, hopefully we're up there out the front. That's the end game of what we want to achieve, is to win, particularly this inaugural World Championship.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I mean, again, anyone going to the start line overconfident will come away disappointed.
Yeah.
So I'll see how we go.
Inside of Principality Stadium right now on the podium is AJ Tracy, who is entertaining the crowd here inside of Principality Stadium, having a great time. They are dancing along with him right now, having a lot of fun here as they wait for the WSX category.
Right now, we are here in Cardiff, Wales. That's right. It's a new era of Supercross, where it's going international, and we have riders from all over the world. For some, here at Cardiff Castle, this is their first time ever being in this country, while others used to call this place home. Will that play a part in tonight's racing? I don't know. That's why I'm here. That's why you're here. That's why you're watching, to see which one of the World Supercross racers is going to come out victorious. Right now, let's take a look at Cardiff Castle, and let's talk to a couple of the riders, and let's see how they're feeling here in Cardiff, Wales.
Yeah, expectations. I honestly don't know. I'm really just excited to be racing some different people and have a different scenery. You know, the whole schedule is new. It seems like we're gonna get a lot of time on the track actually, which is, you know, yeah, we like that. You know what I mean? So expectations, I don't really know. We're gonna kind of feel it out, and I think I'm gonna be able to have certain expectations for Australia just because we have done the whole like day routine, right? Yeah. So for that, I can probably give you a better answer. For right now, again, we're winging it. We're just gonna go ride and race and see what this whole program's like.
Having Supercross here in Europe with the big names, and a legit proper Supercross track is something that many fans and many people from all over haven't been able to see unless they've gone to America to go and watch it. So definitely excited, and I think that we're going to get a lot of people show up, and it's going to be pretty exciting.
If you guys are coming out, I'm pretty sure you won't be disappointed. So I'm looking forward to having you guys out here. I heard there's going to be a lot of people, which makes it super fun for us. Thank you guys for the support.
It took many steps to get to the top of this castle. And King of the Castle, I mean, that's what the riders want right over here in Principality Stadium. I mean, how crazy is it that here in Cardiff, Wales, you have a castle that just seems like it's meters away from where the battleground will be happening for World Supercross.
I mean, it's great. It's great for Supercross to be in the UK. I've done Supercross since I was a kid, all over Europe. Obviously, we have our own little series over here, but to bring the guys to race here, it's massive. You know, I mean, I'm like 3 hours away. I live by London. So for me to get the opportunity to come and race, I'm really grateful. And hopefully, I think there's going to be a lot of crowds come and support everyone because some real big guys and like big names here. So yes, it's great to be a part of, definitely.
Jeff, we all got a chance to do some great sightseeing here in Cardiff, a spectacular city. Strongly encourage you to come visit. That's called the Norman Keep, that tower that you saw our guys on top
went up
of.
there.
Yeah,
I
we all went up there. It was built in the 12th century, and what a view from up there.
Yeah, do you remember what that was like when they were
Back in
building
the
it?
12th century? I didn't come around until the 13th.
It really is one of the special things about the World Supercross Championship is going to all of these unbelievable locations, right? We've got a fantastic show happening right now with AJ Tracy, but that's part of the appeal of traveling the world, is getting to see all of these historic areas and sightseeing.
And experience the fans, the emotion that they bring to the event. Next up for us, Melbourne, Australia, and the Australian GP. Can't wait to get to Marvel Stadium. That is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, it's a long flight down there, but I have a feeling after the racing that we've already seen here tonight and the type of show that all of the performers have put on, it's going to be well worth that long flight.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. There's AJ Tracy putting on the show. Crowd enjoying it here. Eli Tomac about to put on a show as well. Kristen Beat sat down with him. You'll see that when we get back here in the Principality Stadium. One of the squads to watch here tonight, Jeff, the Bud Racing team. Cedric Subaros, Adrian Escoffier, Chris Bloss, and Matt Moss, all racing for Bud Racing.
Well, Chris Bloss has already notched a podium here in the SX2 of this British Grand Prix. So they have a couple of French riders here coming up in the WSX division just a little bit later on.
Let's go to Kristen Beat, who's with Stefan Gaspar.
What has it been like getting the bikes here for World Supercross?
It's been really exciting and very, very busy the last few weeks to come here. But finally we are here, all the bikes ready, the team is motivated, the riders also. So we are super proud to be here and full gas.
Gregory Aranda unfortunately sustained an injury leading into World Supercross. He's not here. You've replaced him with Adrian Escoffe. What did you like in his riding and what prompted you to bring him onto the team?
Yeah, it was a last-minute problem. 2 weeks ago, Greg Aranda got injured. So we checked a bit for finding a rider, and Adrien Escoffier came quickly in our mind because he was the third rider in the French Championship, and he did very good race this season. So we called him, we made a bike testing, and immediately he came on board for the championship. So we're very proud to have him to replace Greg, and we'll see what happens.
This is one of the most culturally diverse teams. You have a rider from Australia, riders from America, and riders from France. How has that been?
Oh, I always like to travel. I'm very open to the world. I like to go to America, to everywhere. And for me, being natural, Matt Moss from Australia was super motivated by phone, so I felt a lot of passion and motivation. And Chris was, for me, a very secure guy with a good talent from America. And then, for sure, we're French-based, so we try to get the best French riders too. So for us, it's a culture to be open, open mind, traveling, and I hope to keep this spirit in the team for the future years too.
Thank you so much, Stefan.
Jeff, Eli Tomac won basically everything there was to win in 2022, including the ESPY for Action Sports Athlete of the Year. Have you ever seen a season like the one Eli Tomac is having?
Well, it's been fantastic, and after the switch from Kawasaki to Yamaha this year, a lot of people were scratching their heads like, was that the right move for Eli? And certainly it has been so far.
Kristen Beat sat down with Eli.
In what ways do you think you've grown throughout this year? Because we've seen a very mature Eli Tomac. We've also seen an Eli Tomac that is smiling more. Is that because you're winning, or are you smiling more because you're in a different place in your life?
It's both. Why people maybe see me differently this year. It's, for one, it's easy to be happy when you're winning.
Yeah.
And two, it's just the whole team, my family life is great, off the track. So all that combined, yeah.
This is the first time in your career, and we spoke about this, that you're racing into October. In sports, we always talk about an athlete's energy level, whether or not they'll be able to race into the playoffs or race later in the season. Where are you at physically right now, and where is your energy level at?
Physically and my energy level is fine. Really, it comes down to my situation right now. It's like, do I mentally want to do it? So that's why I'm still racing these races and these events, and we're well into October, like you said. but mentally, can you keep going?
Yeah.
And that's really what it comes down to, is how motivated you are mentally.
Are you mentally motivated right now?
Oh yeah. That's why I signed up for these things. And that was just the whole year, it was just winning and good times, makes it easier.
Has this season taken a toll on you with everything you've been doing, all the highs and the lows that come along with a normal season? I mean, or are you just...
No, I've been on the high the whole season, to be straight up.
Yeah.
With winning Supercross, winning motocross, and then now the Nations, it's just been a pretty nice high.
Yeah, I bet. You signed an AMA Supercross only deal for 2023.
Mm-hmm.
Is this your final season? Is this your farewell tour?
We'll see. It could easily be my last season, or it could not. And I haven't made that decision yet. And I feel like what's cool about our group right now of racers and riders, I feel like we are getting into our 30s and late 20s. And before, I felt like late 20s, everyone kind of would start writing you off at, say, 28 or 29.
Right.
And I feel like that's not the case at all. I feel like prime time is right where majority of us top 450 riders are at right now. So I don't know. We'll see. Really, it's all mentally, do you want to still do it?
And right now you do.
And physically, I don't think being 30 is holding any of us riders back right now.
Jeff, what is Eli learning about his body mentally and physically by pushing himself this deep into the year?
Well, he's just able to fine tune it. I mean, I have always thought of Eli Tomac as one of the most well-conditioned athletes. Yes, it's been a long season. He's dominated everything. Now here tonight, he's got 3 races that make up the British Grand Prix. The last race is going to be a little bit longer. So I think that in these last 3 gate drops that you're going to see Tomac by the end of the 3 be the strongest rider on the track. But I don't know, still a lot of racing to go. We know we've got 3 starts, so still got some interesting races to happen yet here tonight.
Yeah, we do. And it's all coming up with the World Supercross Championship machines getting ready to go racing for their 3 GPs soon. And for Eli, the year, well, here it is in graphic form. AMA Supercross champ, AMA Pro Motocross champ, Motocross of Nations win with Team USA, and Best Male Action Sports Athlete SP Award. What a year, and maybe a World Supercross Championship.
Yeah,
Maybe.
well, the good thing was the SP doesn't take any extra effort. The other 3 give you the SP, but he's going to have to work for it if he wants to complete the season and be the FIM World Supercross champion. Short championship, but still, there's 6. It's going to make up 6 races, not counting the heats and super poles and all that sort of stuff. If he wants to do that, but like Kristen found out, Eli definitely is motivated, and maybe him being a little bit older, more mature, he has the mindset that he realizes that this doesn't come easy, and that the end of the career, is somewhere down the line, so he needs to take advantage of that.
He adds this FIM World Supercross Championship to what he's already accomplished. It will arguably be one of the greatest seasons any rider has ever had on a dirt bike. The FMX demos taking place here as well inside a Principality Stadium, flipping and twisting their way through the Cardiff night sky.
Man, Rick, I saw you were sipping on some coffee. You experiencing any of the jet lag?
Not as bad as I thought, but it probably helps to keep drinking coffee on the plane when you get off the plane and all the way over here. So that's my one advice outside of racing.
What's that?
Coffee.
And speaking of the coffee and the travels and everything, what have you experienced like with the team and everything? How do you feel like everyone's handling the experience of traveling to another country and being prepared to race while being on a completely different time zone?
It's, as we all know, it's happened really quickly.
Yeah.
So fortunately, my team manager, Dave Anlack, he's raced overseas before. My core group has raced overseas. We've run the Asia Le Mans series and things like that, getting ready for racing in France and stuff.
Yeah.
But this still is different because we kind of call it container racing, where we're used to going back to the shop and working on equipment and loading up a hauler and going. So everything's packed up. You either work after a little longer or work ahead of time. Racing at this level all over the world, it becomes about as much about management and scheduling as it is anything else. And so Every form of motorsports, especially the stuff that we're involved in, has its own unique circumstances, and this for sure has a whole bunch of new ones. So we like learning, and we like new experiences.
All right, and one more question for you. You say container racing. What's been the biggest challenge so far dealing with shipping the bikes out here, putting them together on site?
Well, for us, most of the teams were already existing up and running with some sort of bike, some form of infrastructure in motorcycles. We haven't run full-time Supercross since 2008.
Wow.
So we have a fantastic infrastructure in motorsports and in marketing and in management, but we started from ground zero. Calling and bringing people into the motorcycle world that we've dealt with. And that's been the biggest hurdle, is just getting everybody together. And then, really everybody kind of tests either in Florida or in California. We're based in North Carolina, which is kind of the hub for some of the racing that we do. But to get everything put together, then out to California, get everything tested, and then loaded up, you're only allowed to take so much.
Right.
But so you got to squeeze, 10 pounds in a 5-pound bag, right?
Wow.
So, but we did it, and everybody is just so excited about being here. At the end of the day, we're here because we're racers, and we all want to try to go win. And it's just truly unique scenario to be here for this inaugural event.
Sounds good, man. You seem super excited to be here, man. This is amazing. This is outstanding.
You got it, man.
Yes, sir. World Supercross, baby. It's the place to be.
To riders risking their lives just to look cool on a bike. They are something I would never dream.
So here we are in Cardiff for round one of the World Supercross. The British Grand Prix will feature 3 finals here tonight, so the riders have 3 opportunities at getting the whole shot. Let me take you through how you start in Supercross. In Supercross, we have a starting line with a starting gate. What this metal gate, is a backwards falling gate. Each gate for each rider is individual to that rider. So if I decide I'm gonna go early, I hit the gate, I get stopped, everyone else gets to go. So then I have to back it up, let the gate fall, and move forward. Also here in Supercross, we have these metal starting pads. Of course, we know that because it's dirt, the rear tire will dig deep ruts. What we've done is with these metal starting pads is it makes it even for everybody. But the first time that a rider will hit the dirt is just past the gate. So it's been a long time since I've been on a Supercross bike inside of a stadium, and now I get to ride Joey Savatgy's bike with Rick Ware Racing to give you guys a demonstration. All right, so in World Supercross, we have an FIM official that's gonna have a 30-second board. All the riders are gonna look at that. He'll go down the line, make sure everybody's ready to go. It'll stay for a full 30 seconds. Once he turns the board sideways, this gate will drop anytime after 5 seconds.
Well done, Jeff. I know it's been a while since you've done that inside a stadium.
It has, and it was so cool to be inside of the stadium again. And I mean, what can I say? I got the whole shot. I was the first one there.
Well, I think it's great that the technology of riding pants is kept up with the technology of the bikes. Because I know there was a bit of a struggle getting that thing buttoned up there, but you made it.
It was, and everybody was asking me, all the riders, when they see me pushing the bike out, they're like, "Hey, are you going to go ride some laps?" And I'm like, not happening. Starts kept it on the flat area. There's no way you're going to catch me out here on these jumps anymore. Remember, my World Supercross title was 1996. That was the last century. Okay, not happening.
Let's go to Kristen for an update.
Guys, as we've mentioned, Eli Tomac is moving towards a perfect season, but he's never raced at this late into a year like this. Now, I asked him how he's approaching coaching that. He said he lessened his cross training. He's allowing his body more recovery time at home. He's been focusing solely on seat time, just riding, emphasizing recovery. He does a lot of BMX mountain biking. He's dropped that at this point in the season to allow his body and the stress to recover. So I also asked him tonight what he learned from watching SX2. He said the start is crucial and there's passing points in the S turn. I'm really curious to see if he uses it. Also curious to see if he uncorks that quad we saw him running during practice, guys.
Jeff, we do everything big here in Cardiff. Not one, but 2 backflips in our FMX demo.
Look at that. Wow, unreal. What a treat that is.
And he nailed the landing. All right, riders getting ready now, Jeff, as we close in on the start of GP race number 1 for the WSX category.
I mean, it's just so much excitement. You look right there, you got Eli Tomac. He's going to be on the inside. Roxon, Savachi, Brayton, his teammate Freezy. All the riders going out for the sliding lap right now, practicing a start. We know how important this start is going to be. So last chance to look at the track here for the riders, and we're going to go to Kristen.
Yeah, guys, earlier in the day, every heat, every piece of race trim data has been incredibly valuable to help these mechanics plan for the reset in between GP races. How riders have been using the clutch, tire wear, all data points they were taking into consideration to develop a safe reset strategy. Now, I spoke with quite a few of the mechanics in the paddock, and they were telling me, listen, we're going to keep it simple. We don't want to try anything crazy. Goggles, maybe a splash of water if the rider needs it, but definitely new gloves. And I was surprised to hear that because I only saw a few riders on the line in the SX2 class take gloves, but all of the mechanics on the starting line nearly are prepared to hand their riders new gloves for each main event. Something about the grip and the wear on the gloves.
Just the traction there that you have. I mean, just so many new things here with this format because it happens, 1, 2, 3, boom, 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 just short breaks in between. So just so much newness here with the FIM World Supercross Championship and the British Grand Prix. I mean, the teams and riders, they're kind of having to figure it out as they go, right? This is kind of one of those, the skill to do comes from the doing. Well, right now they're doing it.
Well, this is the one part of what they're doing here that they're most familiar with, and that's racing, right? They know this part and they know it well. Drop the gate and go after it.
Yeah, once the gate drops, you know what you're doing, but it's everything in between. Even like what Rick Ware was talking about in that feature where, you're not working out of a race transporter or your race shops. You're basically working out of, cases and containers of bringing the parts, but parts and bikes and all that. Riders are getting set. 1 minute to go.
British GP about to get underway. First time in history, World Supercross competition.
Having 3 finals is like 3 shots at trying to win a race.
Well, with 3 finals, you have to perform in every single race.
It's nice that you got 3 finals in case you make a mistake in one and your whole night's not over. You got a chance to rebound.
But it also gives 3 chances to win.
More opportunities for us to win, get on the box.
So if you're having a good night and you've got really good starts, it can be an amazing time.
You have to be 100% ready because it's very physically demanding. It's going to take its toll on the guys. I think round 3, people will start to show some wear.
It's short, very intense. It's going to make for some good battles.
For a fan point of view, it's super exciting seeing 3 gate drops. The shorter races are more intense.
You're going to see tight, intense racing and more jam-packed.
More gate drops, which means more action for the fans.
The racing's going to be tight.
It's going to bring a whole different stadium vibe.
Couldn't ask for a more exciting show as a fan.
All that matters is one. And here we go, Jeff. WSX GP race number 1. Gated up, ready to go. Ken Roxon, Eli Tomac, bar to bar in the starting gate, ready to go. There's Brayton and the rest of the field all lined up. Taking a look at the GoPro track map.
One more time here. Short start, you know, if you get the whole shot, you're going to push everybody out right here. We've seen this second turn be really critical. You've got that quad triple into the big triple here. You know, the track is going to start to deteriorate more with these 450s. It's the end of the night. We're going to notice there's going to be some ruts coming out of the turns. Lots of those little stones. I look for it to be really slippery. Track's getting a little more hard packed in sections as we go over the finish line jump. Remember what happened in the SX2 right here. Oldenburg triples in. This section, which is probably the easiest section of the track, had some of the most consequential moments in that 250 SX. But I got to tell you, consistency is how McElrath won the SX2. And you just got to think that that's the playbook here going into this.
So if you had to pick a guy that you know is in the gate, who has the best consistency? Is it Roxon? Is it Tomac?
Well, I think the starts are good. I think the starts, they're also, I mean, these are the best riders in the world, right? Yeah. So I don't know. There's just so many unknowns. All of this is new. This format is so new. Roxon so far has been flawless throughout the day. I mean, I got to say he's the favorite. Tomac is the AMA champion. He's had basically a perfect season, everything he's done. Calm before the storm right here.
Here we go. It was Christmas Eve 2021 when the folks at SX Global were basically awarded the FIM license. And since then, Jeff, in less than a year, they have put the World Supercross Championship together. They have brought the best riders in the world from around the globe together to Cardiff, Wales for the first ever running of the British GP, and it is about to become history. Get ready for the gate drop as history is made in Wales. Whoa. First hole shot's going to go to Roxon.
Savatgy got there first.
Tomac inside. Oh, he's in second. Savatgy's in third on the 17, and here comes the rest of the pack.
Well, there they are. The two fastest lap time riders that there have been here today, and once again they are back out front. It's going to be all-out battle. Roxon out front, Tomac in second.
Arguably the two quickest riders in the world, running 1 and 2 in GP race number 1 here in Cardiff. Roxon, Tomac, Savatgy, Brayton, Freezy, the top 5 right now. It's the German rider out in front.
8 laps here for race 1. Going to be so quick. It's a little bit longer than the heat race. And you got to wonder also, now that we have seen Roxon uncork the, well, let's go back to the start. Savatgy probably looks like it's on board with Savatgy. He gets in there first, nobody in front of him, but he goes just a little bit wide. And there's Roxon out front. And then Tomac sneaks by also. So, the quad is still in play. That may be what it's going to take for Roxon to win this main event at the end of that rhythm section.
So he just ran the fastest lap so far, Jeff, with a 46.030.
Oh, another rider down. Not sure who that is.
And don't forget, Roxon won race number 1 in the AMA 450 Supercross season opener. The famed Anaheim won this year. He only ran 9 races and then stepped away from the series after Daytona back in March at Bike Week.
That was Jordy Tixey, the French rider that went down with the, oh, there it is. There's the quad.
And it opens up a gap as you hear the crowd come to life here.
So he goes from to 45.7.
Oh, there's Roxon. Unbelievable. He nails the quad and then loses it coming out of a slow corner. Unreal.
Just pushing the limits of that genuine Honda. Watch right here. Just loses some traction with that front tire. He's like, oh, no. He's got it. Nope, I don't got it. Just sets the fastest single lap that anyone has set all day long. Cloud 18, new Cloud is down. We've got the red cross flags, yellow flags. He's off the track safely. Now the riders have to roll all the jumps through this section. Then after they get past the red cross flags, they can jump again.
Meanwhile, Tomac, check it out as he had the lead just handed to him by Ken Roxon. Oh, and Savachi's down right at the finish line jump.
Well, and that is a very tricky place because he has to go up and over. He has to go up and over that metal ramp. He's going to have to, he's going to go back around it. Try to find a safe.
Here he is, right there, second rider in the line there.
Oh, he catches. Just, there are a couple little acceleration bumps. Where
how did Braden get through there?
Yeah, I think Braden had to roll the finish line jump also. Let's go on board. Gets it all wrong, slams down.
Meanwhile, Tomac still out front.
7.5 second lead.
Guys, with how hard, packed, and slick this track has been, riders are having to be patient when they open up the throttle coming out of a transition. Down here where I'm standing in the S-turn, you can actually see where there's developing blue group. Riders are trying to time their throttle that way because if they don't, the rear end is kind of slipping out.
Well, Tomac has been so good, and it's been Roxon and Savachi that have made the big mistakes.
Here's Roxon. He's already caught up to Brayton. Roxon now in 4th. Jeff, how far up can he get? Tomac is trying to check out, but Roxon on Brayton, then Freezy in front of him in 2nd. There's Vince.
Well, now here's where the 3 GP final races, okay, this is where this can come into play and work in Roxon's favor.
Roxon looking to get inside on Brayton right here in the bull turn. Got it. Put Roxon in 3rd.
Okay.
Now he set sail after Freezy.
So up to 3rd, possibly a 2nd, but then you still have 2 more races to go. This was one main event, and Tomac checked out, right? Okay, let's take a look. Oh, Cloud over the bars.
Oh, man.
He collects.
Was that Nicoletti? No, Nicoletti in the 2 cars. That's 2 cars.
I'm going to have to take a look and see which one of the Club MX riders. It's either Clayson or Harlan, one of them. Roxon, no. He's back at it. He's focused.
Yeah, he's catching up to Freezy as well.
And look at that.
Quads it again.
And he's got it dialed, Ralph.
He does.
That time was clean.
And you can see how much ground he gained on Freezy as well.
So Roxon just set the fastest lap by about a 2nd over anyone else.
But we've said all night long that Vince Freezy is not easy to pass. He does not give up quickly. He's going to fight for everything here.
Yeah,
let's see.
So last lap, if you're Roxon, 2nd is as good as the 1st in this one. It really is. And he's got the speed on Freezy. Let's see if he skims the whoops, goes wide.
Maybe he uses the quad again.
If he quads, he needs to jump to the inside, which is really risky.
Here's Tomac. The 5-second lead on Freezy. Checkered flag, and it's going to be Tomac, Freezy, and Roxon in that order. So Roxon runs out of time, doesn't get a shot at Freezy, and instead of getting that much-needed 2nd, he's going to have to settle for 3rd here in GP race number 1.
Yeah, and Tomac was up to a 7.5 second lead He obviously backed it down a little bit. It was only 4.5 at the end, but I'm really impressed with the rider third, Ken Roxon. What a way, after making that small mistake, he really had, he's fast down the track.
Boy, was he ever. And the wild card rider, Eli Tomac on that Star Racing Yamaha, ends up taking the win in GP race number 1. And a hard get off for Luke Clout, ends up 20th here tonight in race 1.
Yeah, guys, that's Eli Tomac trying to get his heart rate down. Eli, a mistake-free moto out there.
Yeah, that's all it was there. We're just capitalizing on a little mistake. Kenny's running a great pace too, so gonna have to fight for these last 2 motos.
Well done, Eli. We'll let you get your heart rate down.
Whew. I got to get my heart rate down.
Yeah, right?
There's a lot going on in such a short time.
Well, here it is again, in case you missed anything in our highlights.
And watch, look at that, Roxon wheeling all the way to first turn. Sabachi, great off the starts, goes just a tad bit wide. Roxon takes advantage of that. Tomac says, uh-oh.
Boy, that quad is such an advantage.
And then Roxon says, uh-oh. Almost saved it. You got to give it to him. That was so close right there. And Tomac's like, okay, thank you very much. This hard base with a lot of loose dirt on top after the WSX track crew went out and fixed it, and that's what's going to happen. It looks good, but it's a little loose on top. Now,
and here's Clout.
Something happened because the front wheel just dropped on him. It's like he hit neutral possibly and just went over the bars.
And lighting the candles is Eli Tomac as he takes the win. WSX GP number 1.
Wow.
And you got to do it all over again in about 3 minutes. There they are, getting lined up, ready to go. Cleaning up an onboard camera there.
Yeah, it looked like there was going to be a gate open right there. You got to think. Yeah, that was a pretty hard hit that he took. Right there, look at the number 19 of Vince Freezy. One of the team members had yeah, see?
Watching from the onboard camera, this is what it looks like if you want to run a World Supercross event. How aggressive the competition can be.
Ooh. Mistakes can cost you in Supercross. Watch Roxon with the lead. Oh, goes down. Sets the fastest lap of the night and then goes down. Still got 2 more chances, though. That's how we do it in WSX.
Perfect all the way up until that moment right there. Here we go. Race number 2 underway. Roxon again trying to get the whole shot. Guarding that inside line. He's got it once again. No, it's going to be Freezy. You're right.
Supercross in there.
Where's Roxon?
Freddie Noren also on the Suzuki right there. The 61 with another good start.
There's Roxon deeper in the field on the 94, right alongside of Tomac. Those two battling for the overall win as well as a win here in race number 2.
Once again, 8 laps.
Tomac trying to pull away, move up to the field. Put a couple of riders between him and Ken.
Got past the Scampier, the French rider, so that's going to put Tomac up to 4th. Roxon gets by. I mean, they're here for business. To me, Tomac and Roxon they are the guys to beat here tonight. Now they find themselves, they have to do something they haven't done yet, and that's work their way through the pack while being wheel to wheel. Okay?
They're the guys to beat tonight and everywhere else they show up, Jeff.
And how about Freezy, 2nd in that race 1?
Here's your start of the replay of the start. Wow.
Kind of makes you a little dizzy right there.
Freezy out in front of Supercross, Tomac, and Roxon, and then Braden rounding out the top 5.
Braden right there. Fastest lap, Roxon, that time around was a 47.0.
Supercross on the Kawasaki. Oh, Roxon going after Tomac.
Supercross trying to make the move on Freezy right now. Look how wide that is.
Right up next to him. Doesn't get into him. Got right up alongside. Supercross, you right with him through the rhythm lane. Can he get inside?
Here comes Tomac.
He's going to go after Supercross. Cedric with his hands full right here. Vince Freezy has never won anything, Jeff, in the Premier class except 6 last chance qualifiers. Can he win race number 2 here at the British GP?
Let's see if Supercross can hold Tomac off. No, Tomac goes by through the rhythm section. Tomac I caught him looking over his right shoulder. He wants to know where Roxon's at.
Freezy's going to protect this. His shot at the biggest win of his career, just halfway away. 8 laps, 4 of them to go. Here comes Tomac chasing after Vince Freezy. Freezy knows he's there. Protecting the inside line, forcing Tomac to the outside.
Tomac to the inside's got it.
Yep.
Oh no, he gets through.
Freezy comes back. Hits the 2 tabletops and back into the lead goes Vince Freezy.
Here comes Roxon. Is he going to quad to the inside and put himself into 3rd? Oh, he slams Supercross.
Freezy trying to maintain the lead, trying to make that Honda as wide as he can. Tomac says, not wide enough, Vince. Here he comes past. The number 3 is back into the lead here in Cardiff. Now, how about Roxon? There he sits on the 94. He's up next for Freezy to deal with.
Okay, so now Tomac's got a clear track. See, Freezy not jumping that quad out that turn. That's going to cost him a little bit. Now, can Roxon uncork the quad at the end of the rhythm section before the finish line turn? Can he jump it to the inside, or does he have to go wide? Switches back to Freezy's. Oh, no, he's just going to try to go for the quad.
He tries to go inside, and he's got him. Roxon moves up to 2nd. Now, does he have anything for Tomac? Just a couple laps remaining here in race number 2. Tomac and Roxon run 1 and 2.
Oh, look at these inside lines right here. Roxon going inside. He hasn't done that on ice. So skaty, so slippery right there. Tomac out front. He's got a clear track, but Roxon has shown that he can set the fastest lap time.
And now's when he needs to uncork that quad, Jeff. Next couple of laps, he's going to have to do it each time through there. He wants a shot at Tomac, who hasn't done the quad yet tonight, right?
Yeah, and does he need to do it to win? We're going to find out right here. Triple, here we go. Seat bounce, boom.
He did it.
The fans here in Cardiff are loving it. They're just responding on that side of the stadium. They're just loving it. So now we look at the lap times. Last lap, Tomac was a 46 flat. Roxon a 46.4, even jumping that. Now, is it these line choice on these flat turns? Is it something else that Tomac is doing? He's pulling away still.
See, Roxon decides to send it on the quad again this time. Full commitment out of Ken Roxon here tonight, no doubt about it. Here's your point standings. Tomac leads it by 7 over Roxon as they run. Ken needs to win this one if he wants a shot at the overall British GP win.
Well, and the problem, Ralph, is he's doing all the obstacles on the track that he needs to do. So where do you make up time? Well, you make up time in all the turns in the flat sections, but that's where it's the most dangerous. That's where it's the easiest to make a mistake. Once you lean the bike over, you get on the side of the tire. That's when you push the front end like he did. That's when you accelerate and slide out exiting a turn. So right now, Tomac has put himself in a position where he doesn't have to do anything special. Roxon has to do something special if he wants to get back in it here, because Tomac is working on a perfect GP here.
He's mistake-free, and that's been the difference for Eli. He's fast, obviously, but the mistake-free runs making all the difference. Tomac takes the checkers once again here in GP race number 2. He has been perfect so far in the GPs.
Well, he's just been mistake-free, but he had to work for that one. Didn't get the start he needed, but a bad start in the third and final race could really cost Tomac big time, especially if Roxon gets out front.
Wow. Eli Tomac, Star Racing Yamaha rider on the wild card entry, leading it all so far as he swept the first 2 GP races here in Cardiff tonight. Tomac, Roxon, Freezy, Supercross with a nice run to 4th, and Savachi will take a top 5. Here's your replay, Jeff, as we get this one queued up for you.
Uh-oh, that's Wilson.
Dean Wilson down hard.
Uh-oh, lifting the shoulder a little bit. The body language isn't good here, so let's see.
Quite yet.
Oh, okay, this
Here
is
comes
Wilson.
Dean.
Oh, he's going to clip the. Oh, he clips
man.
the back there
Oh.
of Jack Brunel, the British rider.
And now I know why he was holding his shoulder, because he landed right on it, that left shoulder.
Oh,
Kristen.
I know that feeling. Oh.
Ken, things are getting a little icy out there. How are you feeling headed into this final GP race of the night?
It's definitely a lot tougher when you have a bunch of people to pass. The track's extremely hard packed and slick, so obviously you saw me washing the front over there. It's like this fine line of pushing, but yet being patient, but not lollygagging, so it makes it tough.
Definitely a tough night out there for all of these guys on the line as we head towards that final GP race of the night, guys.
It has been thrilling so far, Kristen, no doubt about it. Jeff, here's the overall race highlights. Take us through it.
Yeah, this is race 2. Start here. See them, what they're talking about, all the sliding around right there. That's maybe Ryan Brees, I believe, had a little issue. And Supercross had a great start. Pretty good ride for him also, but Tomac was on the move. So riders got pretty close right there as they whipped it into each other, but Tomac so driven right here, trying to take the lead away from Vince Freezy, who just had a great ride going. Roxon, of course, only rider doing that quad at the end of that section. Wilson going to, oh wow, really flipped the back of that bike around. And Tomac takes another checkered flag. Nice little whip here for the fans in Cardiff. Actually, it was a big whip.
Yeah.
Sorry, Eli.
Eli doesn't
Big
do anything
whip.
small this year,
Right.
does he?
Oh, man.
What a season. Jeff, have you ever seen anything in your career watching Supercross and motocross the way Eli Tomac has put together the 2022 season?
No, and it's the diversity and the how wide a spectrum of the tracks that he's had to race. Different formats from AMA Supercross, AMA Motocross, Motocross of Nations, which is a team race, right? And he's just been able to put it all together. I mean, what just an unbelievable focus that he has, fitness, and now right now he's in a great spot. I mean, obviously he's won these first 2 races, but actually a great spot on the gate. I like him being on the inside right here because we've really shown that when that gate drops, everyone gets to the first turn, they rush in there, everyone's pushing wide. He's able to sneak around on the inside.
All right, there goes the 30-second board sideways. Get ready. Anytime within 5 seconds, we're ready to drop the gate. Tomac trying to get the whole shot. He's in front of Roxon. He will not be the first one to the whole shot line. That'll be Brayton. Brayton is in front. Here he comes. Oh, and Freezy gets a wheel in front of Tomac.
Oh, and you got to wonder, where is Ken Roxon, number 94 in the Genuine Honda?
Savachi right alongside on the 17.
Oh,
There's
Roxon's
Ken,
10.
way back.
Roxon's 10.
Oh, man, he's got a lot of work to do, Jeff. A lot of work.
Yeah, but Brayton and Freezy with those Moto Concept Hondas out front, they have been looking great. Is it possible that one of them take the win here in this 12-lap super final? A little bit longer, 4 more laps to go.
Well, the one thing we know is an extra couple of laps won't hurt Tomac. He is as fit as any athlete in the world on a dirt bike.
And look at everybody just inside through this S-turn section. My, how it has changed from
Looks like
qualifying proud. Here comes Tomac.
Prix was one of the riders down in there. Freezy back inside, not done yet. Tomac has to battle along on the outside, feed him through that whoop section to get the position back from him. That'll move Tomac into second, and he's got Brayton, the Daytona winner, now in front of him.
Savacci and Scaffier round out the top 5. Roczen up to 7th. He's going to have some more time to work through the pack here, but unless he makes something happen quickly, or Brayton is really stingy with his lead, Tomac has shown he has the ability to go to the front and check out. Easy Savacci. Savacci trying it up, not quite close enough to Freezy. Notice the different line here. You've got Brayton jumping through the whoops, Tomac skimming across the tops of the whoops. Neither one of these riders.
Tomac inside, new leader.
That was just too easy. I got to be critical. Like, come on, Brayton. This is for the win. You know, he just left the door wide open, and that's one thing about this track here tonight. It's about 3 feet wider than most Supercross tracks. So those 180-degree turns, like right here, it's just wide open, just so much room to execute the block pass like Tomac did right there.
Well, and to Eli's credit, he has a lot of respect for Justin. He ran him deep up into there, but he didn't get into it, Jeff.
Yeah, you got to wonder, maybe Brayton's like, look, I'm trying to stay in my comfort zone. There's one main event left here, one race. Just want to keep it safe. I want to be consistent.
And here comes Roczen, number 94, up on the inside here. It's around to Scaffier. He's got a long ways to go yet.
Well, so Roczen now 6.5 seconds behind your leader, Tomac. Closing in on the halfway point to race 3. But
Jeff,
look how tight it all is. I mean,
Jeff, this night it started off so well for Ken Roczen, winning his E-race, winning the Super Bowl. He looked like he was going to be the guy to beat here tonight, and it just all came apart in that first GP race.
It did, and maybe it changed the mindset a little bit, but also the starts. This is part of these Grand Prix races by having 3 final races, right? 3 that make up the GP. You have to be great off of each and every start. You can't just rely on it's not just one time you got to execute it, but it's 3 in a row. Short turnaround for each time.
It's going to give everybody a lot to think about as they get ready to go to Melbourne next in 2 weeks.
And look where the points are at. As they run, Freezy is in a position to be second.
You talked about consistency, and Vince has had that, hasn't he?
Yeah, he certainly has.
Brayton's last podium in a World Supercross race was a 3rd at Houston in 2021, and he might pull it off here tonight in Cardiff, Wales. There he is.
So Roczen has made up a little bit of time on your leader, like 0.3 of a second, but just not enough.
Savacci trying to get a 3rd here in the Super Final. On board here with Supercross. Cedric's had a pretty good night all the way around, hasn't he?
Yeah, I would say so.
Solid night for the French
running 7th right now.
Very successful racing Supercross in France.
I'm not sure if you fans watching at home caught that, but watch what Tomac does when he hits that big 75-foot triple. With his left hand, he actually takes it off the grip and adjusts his clutch. So it adjusts the play or how the clutch works, and so has that set up nicely. Clutches and rear brakes really get tested here in World Championship Supercross. Look how close this is. Brayton and Savacci, they're only 3 seconds separate Tomac, Brayton, and Savacci.
And Savacci going for a career best finish in World Supercross competition. His best so far to date was a 4th in Minneapolis in 2019. And to clarify a little bit more, Jeff, as we watch Savacci catching up to Brayton here in this battle for second, the World Supercross Championship has been around for a while. It was part of the AMA and FIM World Supercross Championship in the United States. They would run 2 races in Canada and for many years, and that qualified it as a world championship. The difference now is this is the first time the series is actually going fully global and around the world. That's the big difference that we're doing here tonight.
Big difference.
That's why it's history.
It's a whole new beginning, and with about a little less than 3 laps to go here, Tomac doesn't have a very big lead, but he's on his way to sweeping this thing, Ralph.
He sure is.
I didn't predict that. I mean, obviously Tomac's the favorite coming in, but I'm saying because as good as Roxon's been, as fast as Roxon's been on that genuine Honda, I didn't think he'd win every race.
I'm like you, I thought Kenny might steal one away from him. But boy, what a year Eli Tomac is having. It is just incredible. It is one for the history books and the memories.
All right, 3 to go. Savachi fighting really hard to steal second away. See that blue flag waving? That's the FIM official. That blue flag signifies that to the riders out there, riders that are further down in the order, that they're being lapped by the lead group that comes around.
Quick guys coming through, and Brayton really pushing it through here. He knows Savachi's on his tail. Only a couple of laps remaining here at the British Grand Prix for 2022.
Roxon's made his way past Freezy. You're going to see him just on the right side of your screen, coming into view right about there.
What can Joey do on Brayton here? Over the finish line jump.
And 2 to go. Brayton's riding that wide bike, being really stingy with those inside lines.
Well, he's not giving them up as easy as he did to Tomac earlier, is he?
Nah, don't leave the door open, that's for sure. Really slippery track. A couple of ruts out there, really easy to make a mistake. Tomac out front, he is so focused. Savachi fighting hard for Rick Ware Racing. That white machine running third, trying to get past the Moto Concepts Honda of Brayton. Oh, did he leave the door open? Nope.
Oh, here we go. Inside, takes him high, and he's now moved himself into second place in front of Justin Brayton.
That was a good move. He just stayed on Brayton, just kept the pressure on, and Brayton, once again, just leave the door open just a tad bit right there.
Last lap.
He took advantage of it.
Last lap here at the British Grand Prix. Eli Tomac has run all 3 Grand Prix races perfectly here tonight.
Yeah, taking a little look over at the crowd, the fans here in Cardiff. I mean, you got to think this is the best Supercross rider in the world at this point.
No doubt, maybe the best dirt bike rider in the world, period.
Yeah, he's proved it.
For Eli Tomac, he will have his 38th career win in World Supercross competition as he takes the victory here at the British Grand Prix. He is 4th all-time behind James Stewart with 51, Chad Reed with 44, Ryan Villapoto with 41, and just in front of the great Ryan Dungey, who has 34.
See a lot of camaraderie and respect for each other right there between the riders. I mean, Tomac, what a role he's been on. He's never going to forget 2022.
He's not going to want it to end, I can tell you that.
Right, right.
He's the only guy who's going to hate seeing New Year's Eve.
Yeah, there we go, right there.
And he knows he had to deal with Ken Roxon. Ken was tough all night long. If it wasn't for that one little mistake, it might have been a different outcome for Kenny Roxon here tonight in Cardiff. Eli Tomac, the American who comes over as a wild card, brings his Star Racing Yamaha, this monster back machine with him. He takes the win. Joey Savachi gets second for Rick Ware. What a great night for Rick Ware Racing.
Yeah, just unbelievable. Win the SX2, have another podium here in the World Championship.
And we go right to Kristen.
Allowed you to find the consistency necessary to take this overall?
Well, I mean, that first start I actually had my best start there, and then the rest of the motos, I had to make the passes there, make some block passes, and overall, just a perfect night that way. Track was very technical night, very slick. As you saw, we were moving around, sliding around. But all I got to say is thank you, Cardiff. This is very special for us to come here, and great night for us. Thank you.
Well done. Enjoy this one, Eli. We're going to make our way down the line and talk with Ken Roxon next. Let's give it up for Eli Tomac. Ken, what did you learn under this new layout, under the 3 GP race format that you can apply towards Melbourne?
It's definitely intense. The conditions were brutal. Like, I haven't ridden anything this slick in a long time. I don't think any of us have really. So it was an experience. I had so much fun today. The whole layout of the schedule, the racing was super fun. Second overall, obviously, you have to have good starts here. Very tough to make passes, but I really enjoyed it.
Well done, Ken Roczen. Let's give it up for Ken here. And Vince, late in that race, it looked like you were searching. However, this has to feel like a win for you.
Absolutely. I mean, these two guys are really #1 and #2 in the world. To come in third behind them, I couldn't be more happy. My team, MCR Racing, Mike Genova, Tony Alessi, you guys are awesome. My mechanic, Tosta. Man, you fans were awesome. In America, they don't scream like this. So thank you guys. That helped me a lot to push my limits, and I had a blast over here. Thank you guys.
We'll be seeing Ken Roczen and Vince Prix in Melbourne 2 weeks from now.
Jeff, let's take a look at the highlights.
Well, third start here in the GP. Everyone scrambling to get left and get through that first turn right there. I mean, look how close it is. It's just elbow to elbow, bar to bar. Brayton comes out first, and then Tomac just as Brayton leaves door open, Tomac walks right through. Pretty easy pass right there, and then he just has to focus on hitting his lines. Back behind him, Roczen was trying to make moves. He was way back off the start, and to ride up to the fourth place position that he did was a heck of a ride on a really tricky track here, really loose and slippery. All the guys talked about how slippery it was. You got Savachi learning from what Tomac did, goes through on the inside right there and takes that spot over Brayton. He would be third in that third and final race, and Tomac, big whip, 3 in a row now.
That's a picture that will stay in everybody's minds for many years to come as Eli Tomac makes history here in Cardiff, winning the first ever World Supercross Championship event. The British Grand Prix goes to the American Eli Tomac. Ken Roczen will finish second, and for Vince Prix, Jeff, some history for him as well. His first career World Supercross podium in his 106th career World Supercross start. Congratulations, Vince.
Yeah, it was a great ride. It really was. Brayton fourth, so a couple of teammates there in Moto Concepts. One of the first teams to be awarded the team ownerships here in World Supercross, and just a fantastic performance for them in the 250 and 450.
See Håkan Lehman, the board member from the FIM, up there on the podium, ready to hand out some awards, and let's go to Joseph Allen.
For the FIM World Supercross Championship here in Cardiff. In third place, we have Ken Roczen. In second, we have Vince Prix. Second is correction. Freezy third, Ken Roczen in second, and your winner for the Cardiff British Grand Prix from the USA, Eli Tomac. And now presenting the trophies, Hakeem Lehman from the FIM. Is there anything you'd like to say to these athletes?
Yeah, I think congratulations is really in place. This is the first podium of the truly global Supercross series, and congratulations, guys.
Awesome, awesome. Now it's time to pop the champagne. Let's hand our trophies. Congratulations to our boys here in Cardiff, UK!
Well, a celebration underway on the podium as the champagne's popping and the boys are having some fun up there tonight.
Well, there's been such an effort put in by the athletes and the teams and everyone involved to have this inaugural race here for the World Supercross Championship. The victor goes the spoils, but I can tell you those athletes that were out there the last couple days laying it on the line throughout all the warm-up, the qualifying, heat races, Super Bowl, 3 GP races to make up the winner of the British Grand Prix. I mean, it's such a busy day. There's so much happening, and with all those gate drops, man, it's exciting, and it's nice to finally be at the end of this.
A lot was learned by all of us here tonight in Cardiff. Kristen, a final word from you.
Guys, final thoughts. Just a look at the track behind me. All the riders talking about just how treacherous it was here in Cardiff. Warriors only leading London, guys.
And Jeff, what we get to learn about next is more jet lag, because everybody runs home and then it's off to Melbourne in 2 weeks.
Yeah, everybody goes to different countries, long flights down there. Taking a look here at what the schedule's going to be.
Well, history was made. As we said here tonight at the beginning of the show, about 100 years ago, motocross was born, known as a scramble, about 3 hours south of here. And here tonight, the first ever round of the World Supercross Championship is now in the books, and it will say Eli Tomac, American, the winner of the first ever World Supercross Championship. For Joseph Allen, Kristen Beat, and Jeff Emick, I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long from Cardiff. Congratulations, Eli Tomac.
Supercross should be showcased around the world. The World Supercross Championship is something I've dreamed of for years and years.
The real deal. The World Supercross Championship is awesome.
The World Supercross Championship is unreal.
Unique.
The future of the sport.
Freaking awesome.
The World Supercross Championship is here. Well, here they go, ready to go. Drop the gate again. First to the corner, Anstey, trying to get the whole shot on the inside. Max has it. Checkered flag, and Max Anstey.
That's going to get it done. That has
to be number one. Yes, rocks into the top of the board.
An opportunity for fans to see our riders and our team.
Couldn't ask for a more exciting show.
Get ready for the gate drop as history is made in Wales. Tomac takes the checkers once again. Eli Tomac, he will have his 38th career win, fully global and around the world.